Dirter. Dirter.
Tradoon.
Dirter. Dirter.
Tradoon. Tradoon.
Glue is cheap. Ontogeny.
Dirter.
Tradoon.
Dirter.
Ontogeny. is cheap.
Tribune.
Girder. Oh, hang on a second here. 16-bit Eric, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Let me interrupt the opener video. And thank you, the Raven, for those 16 months of support. I really appreciate that. Holy cow! It does indeed, the Raven. Thank you, thank you. 16-bit Eric, thank you for that raid. Welcome, welcome. It is wonderful to have you here. What is shaking? How was your stream?
35 raiders came here to experience poultry in motion.
I hope it was real good. It is wonderful to have you here.
Me or one of these archaeologist fellas.
And Stevie Cakes.
Actually, I'm a paleontologist.
Yep.
Oh.
We dig deeper.
Yes,
Stevie
indeed.
Cakes and their 11 raiders would also like to dig deeper.
Stevie Cakes, how was your stream?
Does exist.
Thank you, Blue Rooster, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. And Iva Biggin. I appreciate your follow as well. Welcome, welcome to the channel. It is wonderful to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I stream fossil science here on Twitch. I'll actually be doing some live streamed dinosaur digs at the end of this month through the entire month of June.
Here's something stranger than science fiction.
And Kills for Fun 7. That's quite the username. Welcome, welcome, Kills for Fun. I appreciate you maybe holding off on the killing for right now as we get started. But welcome to Paleontologizing. We've got a bunch of cool new people here. Why don't we go ahead and start off with a welcome video with our good friend, Previously Recorded Danny. Now, you're not previously recorded, Danny. Sweetie Pie, what are you doing? Hi. Hello, Sweetie Pie. Anyway, let's call forth our friend Previously Recorded Danny to introduce some of these new folks to the channel. Yeah, and we played tank games, so name relate to guns. Oh, that's okay, I have a biggin. Fine. I'm glad you're here. Stevie Cakes and 16-bit Eric, thank you so much for your raids. I really appreciate it. And without further ado, let's call forth our good friend, Previously Recorded Danny, to tell you a little bit about who I am, what this channel is all about, all that good stuff. So, Previously Recorded Danny, take it away. Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that
I
movie.
did consult on all those
And they
movies.
said the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes, yeah, well, fortunately he didn't get eaten. Meet
Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online. All right, friends. So, we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. And to everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here, and I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very, very much, previously recorded Danny, and of course, thank you even more to 16-Bit Eric and Stevie Cakes for those wonderful raids. I really appreciate it. Thank you for bringing your viewers here right at the beginning of the stream. This is excellent. We are going to have kind of a chill, laid-back stream today. We're going to be doing Thursday Birds Day a day late today. We didn't get to it yesterday. I had to cut yesterday's stream short, so we're going to get to all those birds today. And whatever questions you might happen to have about dinosaurs in particular, since dinosaurs are what I actually work on, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the summers. If you have questions about dinosaurs, or about fossils in general, questions about the history of life on Earth, questions about the philosophy of science in general, all those questions are fair game here. Please do ask them. Do not be shy. That is the bread and butter of these streams. If I don't get good questions, well, then we don't often have a lot to talk about. The whole point of these streams is to be doing science outreach, to be able to answer your questions and peel back the curtain, show you what it's actually like to do paleontology. That's why it's called paleontologizing. Paleontology, it's not like some dusty book on a shelf somewhere. It's not like this is some body of knowledge to be memorized and recited. Paleontology is a process. It's a thing that we do. It's a way of looking at the world and testing claims through evidence to understand the history of life on our incredible planet Earth. The whole point of these streams is to show you how that works, to involve you in it, make it seem a little bit less opaque, you know? One thing that I'm super excited about is fieldwork streams this summer. We're going to be doing more of these in less than a month. Here we go. Let's take a look at
this. Could...
this.
I did not get the big limb bone extracted yesterday, no. But I did get a good top jacket on it, so it should be safe. Fisher might be working on that today. I kind of doubt that he would want to flip that on his own, but I guess we'll see. Fisher's in charge of the site today.
Anywho, very excited to be back out in Wyoming.
They're just going to be exploring for more bone rather
at the
than
end of May.
Get that.
I'll be out there May 30th, it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent.
Ken was saying they found a nice big croc tooth today.
Ooh, that's exciting. That's been a weird thing. I've not seen a lot of crocodile material from this area. In the Hell Creek and the Judith, you find crocodile scutes, the little armor plates, osteoderms, all over the place. They've got this really distinctive texture, and you just can't miss them. I've not seen a single croc scute here.
I've never seen one here.
You've never seen one here? Yeah. That's crazy. I mean, I wonder why that is.
The first croc tooth we found that wasn't in a jaw was found at Quinn's microsite just recently.
Jeez.
Yeah.
There's something different going on with this area. Maybe it's different chemically, maybe it's more acidic or something, or I don't know. Yeah.
Anywho, maybe we will find some crocodile material this summer. Not crocodile, but crocodilomorph, I should say. Crocodilia as a clade had not originated until, I think, sometime in the Paleogene period, after the extinction of the dinosaurs. But yeah, but crocodile relatives, critters like Lydiasuchus, critters like Borealisuchus and Brachychampsa, those animals. So like relatives of modern crocodilians that lived alongside the dinosaurs, but not outside of the modern clade of Crocodilia. Here we go. Borealisuchus has been found in the Hell Creek. If you saw this, you would call it a crocodile, but strictly speaking, it's not a crocodile. It's like a stem crocodilian, basically. But yeah. Neat critters. Likely a Neosuchian. Yeah, there you go, Alexander Morrison. See, it's because you're here, Alexander Morrison, that I gotta watch my P's and Q's and say, not a crocodile per se, not a crocodilian per se, but one of these critters that's related to modern crocodilians, but branched off before we got to the modern crocodilian lineage. Yeah. Stevie Cakes says, I live in Florida, so I love all crocodilia content. Well, Stevie Cakes. Maybe that's a good place to start, actually, for today's stream. Maybe we'll, we got like a PBS Eons episode about crocodilomorphs. Yeah, how about this from SciShow, The Weird World of Prehistoric Crocodiles? I don't think we've watched this one before. Let's take a look at that. SciShow does really good work, and this will be nice fodder for some discussion here of Mesozoic vertebrate paleontology. Check it out.
Over the years,
Oh, and Eddie Scarn wants to know, does T-Rex have wing feathers on its arms? We've never found that, and we have no reason to think that Tyrannosaurus would have had big wing feathers on its arms. No. In fact, Tyrannosauroids in general, this group probably didn't have like pinnaceous feathers. We do have Tyrannosauroids like Eutyrannus with impressions of feathers, so we know that they had some sort of feathery covering on their bodies. This is like, we think, an earlier relative of T-Rex. Although I've also heard some people say that Eutyrannus might be a Carcharodontosauroid. But anyway, we know that if this critter, whether or not it's related to T-Rex very closely, it did have feathers, but they seem to be kind of hair-like feathers, what we call proto-feathers. Not like full-on flight feathers like wings, you know? Tyrannosaurs did not have wings. We've got no reason to think that they did. Oh yeah. And Collector, wait, happy birthday to you. Holy cow. I hope you're having a good one. Thanks for spending part of your special day with us, Collector. I appreciate that. Good stuff. Welcome, welcome. Here, let's get back to our crocodilomorphs here.
Over the years...
And at what point were theropods too big to jump? I don't know, Salamander. It's a good question. It would be more of an ontogenetic question than a phylogenetic question. Young theropods, I think every single one of them would have been able to jump. Like when they're fresh out of the egg, but the bigger they get, the harder it would be to jump, I would imagine.
Scientists have found evidence for a lot of weird prehistoric animals, but some of the strangest have been crocodiliforms. These animals belong to a group that's existed for millions of years, and that today includes
hundreds of
modern
millions
crocodiles. We call these animals crocs for short, since crocodiliforms, it's kind of a mouthful.
You know what? I should adopt that terminology too. Instead of saying crocodilian or crocodilomorph, should just say crocs, you know? We got some croc material here. Yeah.
Some of these things were super weird. Modern crocodile.
And why did Caprisuchus evolve such strong... I don't know a lot about Caprisuchus, honestly, Collector. I'm not sure. I'm not super familiar with that animal. I know it's got some really cool, interesting teeth. I don't know much about it apart from that.
Might seem to all follow roughly the same body plan, but some of their prehistoric relatives look strangely like other animals. We're talking like duck croc, rat croc, pug croc, cat croc. These adaptations weren't totally random, though. Many of them are examples of convergent evolution. Basically, this is where traits are so useful that they show up again and again in animals that are not closely related. Like bats and birds are not closely related, but they did converge on flight by flapping bits of their bodies around, possibly as a way to get around quickly while avoiding predators. And crocs, too, converged on many traits that gave them an advantage depending on the environmental niche that they lived in. Which is how we ended up with these 5 very strange, but very lovely examples. Morasuchus was a group of crocodiliforms that lived in South America during the Miocene. About
these guys are so weird and cool. And by the way, before we get to these animals, let me show you, crocodilians are not dinosaurs. I want to make that very clear, especially since we've got some new people here. This is a lovely diagram I like to show off all the time. What is a dinosaur and what isn't? The way that we as scientists classify living things is not based on what they look like, it's not based on vibes, it's based on something real, what we call phylogeny. We classify living things based on their evolution. So it's way different from, like, I don't know, it like when people argue about classifying other things. Like, is a hot dog a sandwich? You know? I'm sure there could be a fierce debate that could emerge about that in the chat. Is a hot dog a sandwich? I don't. If anything, a hot dog is a taco. But that doesn't matter. That's arbitrary. What we're talking about are human constructs there, and it just... There's nothing, like, real there. It's just a matter of opinion. Not so for living things. For organisms, when we're classifying them, we're trying to arrange them into groups that actually exist. They actually make sense. There's actually something underlying there in the real world. So, the way that we as scientists classify living things is according to their ancestry. Do they share the same ancestors? When we say that a hyena is more closely related to a cat than it is to a dog, well, there's something to that. There, let's jump to Feliformia on our Tree of Life. Or feliformes. There we go. The cat-like carnivorans. Yeah. So there we go. We've got carnivorans, which are lions and tigers and bears, dogs and weasels and otters and sea lions, etc. And we've got the dog-like carnivorans, and we've got the cat-like carnivorans. Now you might think that a hyena looks closer to a dog than it does to a cat, but they're actually much more closely related to cats. We can figure that out through DNA analysis. We can figure out that they share a more recent ancestor with cats than they do with dogs. That's why they are cat-like carnivorans. Even though they look more like dogs, even though they might have more kind of dog vibes, that doesn't matter. What matters is that they branched off from the cat part of the tree much more recently than they did to the dog part of the tree, so they're more closely related to cats. Let's jump to crocodilians, or, yeah. Genus Crocodilus is going to be way over here. It's an archosaur reptile. Genus Crocodilus has got 11 species. And then we rendezvous with the other groups of crocodilian here, like dwarf crocodiles, gharials, and then crocodilians. Crocodilians are more closely related to birds than they are to lizards. We know this through DNA and through morphology and through the fossil record. We classify living things based on what they're actually related to, their evolutionary ancestry. That is how this works. And this is like one of the most fundamental concepts in all of biology. This should be the #1 thing that is taught in biology classes. But especially here in the US, it isn't. It isn't taught. Most biology classes from the elementary school through high school levels in the US, evolution doesn't even get taught, and that's largely because of the influence of creationists and other religious fundamentalists like that. They don't want you learning about this kind of thing, even though, as scientists, this is our bread and butter. This is what we do. This is the most fundamental idea that we have in biology. And so I go on rants about this all the time, because it's something that US schools are absolutely failing their students in. You know? Yeah. And why does my country, the Netherlands, not teach this? I don't know, Collector. I don't know. It could be the influence of creationists, honestly. That's the thing that's, you know, here in the US. I can let Kevin Padian say it. I've got a clip. Yeah.
Just as Darwin proposed.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff, and how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's wild that this stuff does not get taught in schools, for the most part. They're extremely well-educated, intelligent, sharp people who go their whole lives without knowing anything at all about this, even though it is the fundamental concept in biology. That living things change over time, and new species emerge. Species are not immutable, they change. That's how we get this grand tree of life like this, you know? That's how we have this right here. You know, we can go from Archosauria, the birds and crocodilians, all the way back to the origins of life on Earth. Every living thing on Earth is related. And this grand tree of life, this enormous, like, family tree for all life on Earth. It's such a cool idea, and it is foundational to all of the life sciences. And most people in the US have no idea that this is the case. Most people never learn about this until maybe they go to college and then take a biology course. Then maybe this is the first time that you're introduced to this. This should be one of the first things you learn about biology in elementary school. But it's not, unfortunately. Yeah, Collector says, this is the coolest thing ever. Thanks for teaching me this, Paley. You bet, Collector. Absolutely. On your birthday, no less. Happy birthday again. Yeah. But yeah. But yeah. And there you go. Tolkien, you've got the right idea there. Yeah. it's really frustrating when certain religious groups decide that they want to be scared of this idea of evolution. They decide that they want to make their faith contingent upon a falsehood, basically. You know? It's like saying, oh, you know, my faith, it requires that the Earth has to be flat, or else everything else I know is wrong. And so, you know, it's like, well, you're building your house on a foundation of sand there. It's not a solid basis, you know? And so it's like, once you learn that, oh, shoot, this underlying idea that I built everything else on is false, everything else is going to come crashing down. And that's what happens again and again and again with, like, kids who grew up in a, you know, fundamentalist religious household, and then they learn that, like, oh, shoot, I was taught by my religious leaders or my parents and my teachers that evolution is a lie from the pit of hell or whatever, like that U.S. Senator guy said. Like, once they realize that, oh, shoot, these people are wrong about this, it's like, usually, that's the end of their faith. When they realize that their religious leaders have been lying to them about that, it's like, oh boy, that is can be earth-shattering for them. And so it's a bad strategy. If you're going to base your religious faith around stuff that's objectively untrue, like immediately falsifiable, demonstrably false, you know, you are just asking to be disillusioned.
This is Laura Dern at Jurassic Park. Digging up dinosaurs is hard,
Farmer Charlie.
frustrating work.
Thank you for
it
the
takes
follow.
months or years, so leave it to the professionals.
Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Anyway, and Ixiosh says, I was taught evolution in high school back in 2003. I'm so glad you were. Did schools really change that much? No, you just got really lucky. It's like there are very few schools where that is the case, especially here in the U.S. It's like fewer than 1/3 of schools in the U.S. evolution is actually taught properly, because a lot of people think that it's controversial or something, or they strive to make it controversial. Yeah. There is an organization called the National Center for Science Education, and they do excellent work in trying to combat kind of like this hostility to evolution in a lot of classrooms. You know? Here's Neil Shubin talking about this for NCSC. National Center for Science Education.
In an age of an enormous disconnect. Many of the problems and challenges we face as a society are scientific.
Yeah.
Global climate change, agriculture, global pandemics.
And physics says not all states teach creationism. It isn't fair to say the U.S. doesn't teach evolution. I learned it in public school in Florida and all places. Yeah, that's the thing, physics, is in the U.S., this is not decided at a state level, and especially not at a federal level. The curriculum is usually decided on at an individual school board level. So, like, sometimes within individual school districts, you can have different school boards, and they decide on the curriculum. And then that's just the curriculum that the schools are supposed to follow, but it almost always just comes down to the individual preferences of the individual science teachers. And we have a real problem in this country where most science teachers don't really understand science, especially biology. It's a real problem. It's a real problem. There is no, like, you know, national standard for this that's actually, you know, that actually guarantees that you will be taught science properly in school. We just don't have that here in the U.S. That's why, here. And Baja Spencer, 25 streams. Very nice. Very nice streak there. Here. This was a survey from, I think, 2006. Here we go. So this is supposed to show different countries and the rate at which when surveyed, this includes students and teachers and all kinds of people, they're asked basically like, do you understand that living things change over time? Do you accept this idea? Out of all the countries surveyed, Iceland did the best. Up here. The United States did second worst. It was fewer than 40% of U.S. respondents, or maybe it is just exactly 40% right there, said, oh yeah, I understand evolution.
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Dyson Dinosaur.
Dinosaur search
How are you
has
doing?
succeeded with their 4 co-explorers.
Welcome, welcome, Dyson Dinosaur. It is wonderful to have you here. How was your stream? Dyson Dinosaur, by the way, is a dinosaur paleontologist here on Twitch. How are you doing, Dyson Dinosaur? Welcome, welcome. I hope you had a wonderful stream.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
And
It's
here's
true.
my sub, Laughing
Thank you
Face.
for helping me prevent falling victim to mass extinction here, Dyson Dinosaur. Thank you for your ongoing support. 11 months keeping me here on the air, putting food on my table. I appreciate that, Dyson Dinosaur. Thank you, thank you. We were just talking about evolution education in the United States and how it tends to be pretty terrible. Yeah. And Dyson Dinosaur, you're from Italy, correct? Italy does pretty well here. The United States does the second worst out of all of the countries surveyed. Worse than everybody except for Turkey. Turkey has had some major problems with creationism. With that guy, Harun Yahya, was a big part of this. Yeah. He's like a creationist, televangelist, and very unsavory character. I think he's probably still serving this term, I would guess. But, yeah. Adnan Oktar is his actual name. Harun Yahya was like his stage name, basically. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. This guy is one of the reasons why Turkey ranks so low, is he had tremendous influence in that country, and was just pushing creationism left and right. Anywho. Good stuff. And, Ixiash, how are you doing? Showing an old stream of you playing Dinosaur Fossil Hunter. Oh, very cool, Ixiash. Very cool.
That gives the history of life its very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
It's true, Skuliki. Thank you for keeping me here, too, with your 7 months there. Thank you for that tasty prime. I appreciate it. Yeah. And yes, Dyson Dinosaur, that was the very same guy. Here, I'll give you a link to this article. It is wild. Yeah. This guy used to basically take a bunch of young Earth creationists, like, Christian creationist talking points, and then just basically rebundle them into, like, kind of like an Islamic, sort of package, and then put those out in Turkey. Yeah. Not a good guy. Not a good guy. Anywho, but I want to emphasize that most religious folks around the world have zero issue with evolution or with biology. You know? They know what's up. They're not going to claim that the Earth is flat, or that, that species don't change over time. or that Sasquatches built the pyramids or anything like that. That's not... Most religious folks around the world are perfectly sane. But some of the ones who gain tremendous wealth and power, they're the ones you gotta watch out for. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Tez914, how are you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Anywho. And Blue Rooster says, that's interesting. I always thought of creationism as an exclusively Christian thing. No, there are Muslim young Earth creationists, there are Buddhist young Earth creationists, there are Hindu young Earth creationists, there are Baha'i young Earth creationists, there are... yeah, it's not just... definitely not just a Christian thing. It does tend to correlate with, like, right-wing, sometimes fascist beliefs, though. That really seems to be the underlying thing for a lot of young Earth creationism is... yeah. It correlates very, very strongly with being kind of a rabid right-winger. Regardless of religion. It's really more of a political thing than it is a religious thing, oftentimes. Yeah. And yeah, Hez helps us. A lot of us mainland Protestants run evolution. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of Catholics, too. Shoot, there are evolutionary biologists who are not Catholic, but they've sent their kids to Catholic school because they knew that in Catholic school, at least they would learn proper biology. At least they would learn about evolution in school. Whereas if they would send their kids to a public school, there's absolutely no guarantee of that. If they get a teacher who's like an anti-evolutionist, a creationist, whatever, those kids will not be taught proper biology in school. So, yeah. Yeah. But yeah. And, Axeman says, this prompted me to research, and I just realized my state just passed a law last month to allow teachers to discuss creationism as a scientific theory. Yeah, it's rampant here in the United States, Axeman. It's rampant. And NCSE is a wonderful organization I am proud to support. They are fighting the good fight here. Here, take a look at this video with Neil Shubin here.
We live in an age of an enormous disconnect. Many of the problems and challenges we face as a society are scientific. Global climate change, agriculture, global pandemics. Solving these problems and answering these challenges as a society requires a knowledge and appreciation of science. Yet just at the moment where science and science education has become ever more important, we face a populace that has challenges in many cases with science. Either they're intimidated by science or they're opposed to science and its tools altogether. For 40 years, the National Center for Science Education has supported teachers and communities to promote science education, particularly in communities where it's under great challenge. Please join me in becoming a member of the National Center for Science Education and supporting their very important work, which has never been more important. Please visit them at ncse.ngo. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. And Smurfosaurus, hey Smurf, how you doing? Smurf says, the Earth is constantly evolving like it has for millions of years. Billions of years, Smurfosaurus, yeah. Although I would also caution, sometimes you hear that talking point from, like, right-wing charlatans and people like that, who go like, oh, you know, the Earth has always been changing, and so that doesn't matter, you know, that means that we can ignore climate science, you know. We can ignore global warming, anthropogenic climate change, because the Earth has always been changing. And those people fundamentally misunderstand science, you know? Like all these people who have been on the payroll of different oil companies, people like Jordan Peterson, for instance, that wackadoo. People who are basically paid to misinform folks about this. People who are literally on the payroll of the fossil fuel industry. So always got to watch out for that kind of thing, you know? Yeah. Got to be careful how that's worded. Exactly, Smurf, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because I don't know, it can be kind of a dog whistle sometimes for folks like that. Yeah. Anywho. That happens a lot in your country, Sofia Borbola? Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. But I'm glad you can be here and we can commiserate about this, you know? Yeah. And Alexander Morrison says, I've seen 2 coworkers, a flat earth creationist and a Catholic, who had no issues with evolution, get into a heated debate on the clock. Oh boy. Both got reprimanded and the flat earther was fired for slinging slurs at the management staff. Holy cow. What a guy, yeah. It's nuts sometimes. I don't know. I used to work with some people who were literal neo-Nazis back when I lived in Montana. I worked at an auto parts store, and yeah, some of the people who worked there, oh boy, militia members, and there was a guy who worked at the other store across town. He was a flat earther. Yeah. That sort of thing is rampant here in the U.S. Yeah. And Enlightened Tight says poor, misguided people. I mean, that's the thing, is that it's part of the reason why I'm here on Twitch, you know, doing science outreach full time, is we need more people, more liaisons for science here. We need more people who are people who actively work in the sciences to talk to regular folks, to show them that science isn't something that should be afraid of or hostile toward. You know? Yeah. Fields for Fun says, does the planet not heat up and cool down over time naturally? It depends what you mean by naturally. So there are external forces that can cause changes in the Earth's climate. Whether that's the initial rise of the land plants that cooled the climate significantly and kind of brought about an ice age. Whether it's massive eruptions of volcanic gases, greenhouse gases into the atmosphere from huge volcanoes that over the course of a few million years caused the end Permian extinction, where like 90% of life on Earth died out at that time. I guess you could call those natural in the sense that they're not man-made, but they are absolutely devastating. And they often take a very long time, hundreds of thousands or millions of years. The problem with climate change right now is that we are causing that. Earth should be going into like a decline in global temperatures right now, but instead those global temperatures are shooting up because we've essentially like broken that system. It's really, really bad. It's really, really bad. I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer about this, a Danny Downer, let's say, but I would be lying to you if I were to just reassure you and go, oh no, you know, Earth's climate is always changing. It's fine. Don't worry your pretty little head about it. That would be incredibly disingenuous, and I would not be able to sleep at night if I were to tell you something like that, you know? I'd be lying. Yeah. But yeah. And Alexander Morrison, Florida's gonna return beneath the waves. I mean, at present rates, it very well could. Yeah. Anywho. Next dinosaur you draw after Styracosaurus morph? Let's see. What about Falcarius? That's a good one who doesn't get nearly enough attention. It's Morphosaurus. Falcarius is a good one. I'd like to see more people get excited about Falcarius. But yeah. And there you go, Steely Dan Bill Hicks. Yeah. That is a Therizinosaur, yes. One of the earliest ones we have, Smorf, yeah. Anywho, where was I? There was a video about this. Where was that? Where did I see that? There was a lovely new video Can I bookmark it on here? Bookmarks. Let's see. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. Shoot. Find it, but anyway, the idea is that Earth's climate has been warming to the, because of human influence, because of us putting greenhouse gases up into the atmosphere. It's even worse than we think it is, because Earth's climate should be cooling down right now, according to like the natural cycles that normally Earth goes through, Milankovitch cycles. Due to the wobble in the Earth's tilt, we should be seeing decreasing temperatures right now. Instead, the temperatures are increasing at a really scary level. But when you consider that they should be decreasing, that increase is even worse. It's scary stuff. Yeah. I wish I could find that. Yeah. Darn it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. Well, here, let's take a look at this. Everybody loves coral reefs. There's a little video on that from PBS News. The thing is, the evidence of climate change is all around us. Take a look at this, for instance.
Coral reef ecosystems support a quarter of all the Earth's marine life. But around the world, they're slowly dying under the relentless stress of overfishing, pollution, disease, and climate change.
Yep.
William Brangham dives into the steps scientists are taking to try to save corals. It's part of our ongoing series, Saving Species.
Yep. And Enlightened Tide is right about this. They say, I mean, we should actually be warming even faster given CO2 concentrations, and we are. But the ocean is absorbing all that heat and a lot of the CO2 as well. And as the ocean absorbs that carbon dioxide, that acidifies the water and it kills corals. So basically, the oceans are absorbing a lot of that carbon dioxide, and that is wiping out the coral reefs.
Just off the Florida Keys, an urgent rescue mission continues.
Yeah.
These scientists are carefully returning pieces of coral back into the ocean and reattaching them to these tree-like coral nurseries. For the last few months, these corals have had to live here, in tanks on land, because their ocean home was too hot.
It looked like it was just melting away, and that's something that we had never ever really observed before on the reefs.
Bailey Thomason works with the Coral Restoration Foundation. Last summer, amid a record ocean heat wave, she and her colleagues visited Florida's Sombrero Reef and were stunned by what they saw.
It was almost like the coral had gotten so stressed from the 90-degree plus Fahrenheit waters that had come that week that the tissue just died and it just started sloughing off of the coral skeleton. And we were too late. Without really even saying anything to each other, we gave each other some personal space just to grieve these corals, grieve what at that moment we knew was probably going to be a really hard summer.
Last year brought on what's called a mass bleaching event, when corals lose their vibrant colors because they've expelled the algae that typically lives in its tissue and provides it with food.
Yeah. Fields for Fun says, if we don't use oil, what are we supposed to use for fuel? Plastics and all the other things that comes from oil? Well, that's a legitimate question. I'm glad you asked it. it's been answered a zillion different ways. Basically, there are other ways that we can generate electricity other than coal-burning power plants or oil-burning power plants. There are better ways than petroleum to power our motor vehicles as well. We have technology to be able to create electric vehicles. I say that we're far too reliant in our modern world on motor vehicles in general, ones that are, you know, on roads. But that's another story. I'm a huge fan of public transportation. I take the train everywhere I can, or I walk. But I'm blessed to be able to do that, living in the San Francisco Bay Area. I realize not everybody has that, but if we want a more equitable world, there should be more public transportation for everyone. Cars kill about 40,000 people every year in the United States. We should be doing everything we can to reduce the number of cars on the road. Holy cow. But beyond that, renewable energy is often far cheaper and more efficient than fossil fuel generated energy. Far less in transportation costs. You know, the fossil fuel industry in the United States is extremely heavily subsidized by the federal government. We would be paying like $12 a gallon for gasoline if it weren't so heavily subsidized. It's taxpayer money that goes into subsidizing these things. Fossil fuel subsidies are nuts. People just take for granted that, like, oh yeah, gasoline is cheap and whatever. No, you go to other countries, when people actually pay like market rates for that, it is obscenely expensive. Anyway, through a combination of solar power, hydroelectric power, geothermal power, nuclear power, and other forms of energy generation, we could more than power all of our electricity needs throughout the world without the use of fossil fuels. And we desperately need to make that switch, or very, very bad things are going to happen in the next 50, the next 100 years on our planet. If we get 2 degrees Celsius of warming, you can absolutely count on massive, massive famines, droughts, all kinds of civil unrest, like huge, massive migrations of people from areas that are no longer inhabitable because they get too hot during the summer, or because there are other kinds of natural disasters that occur because of a warming climate. You know, super huge hurricanes and tornadoes, torrential downpours of rain, extreme droughts. It is going to be really, really, really bad if we don't change course like yesterday. We're already seeing some of this around the world. There's this phrase that I've heard before that I think kind of packs a punch. I think it's true. It's like, the climate apocalypse is already here. It just might not have come to your neighborhood yet. But there are people here in California who have had their entire town destroyed by wildfire. There are, island nations that are already being, submerged underneath the waves because of rising sea levels. There's natural disasters galore. And, not going to pull any punches here. Fossil fuel companies don't want you to know that. They don't want you to think about that. They want to keep continuing to line their pockets and just make more and more and more money while they still can. They know. They've known since the 1970s that their product, fossil fuels, are contributing to a warming planet, and they know that we'll have to switch at some point. They're trying to delay that as much as possible because executives want to buy a 5th vacation home or a 3rd super yacht. At the end of the day, that's what this is about. Wealthy and powerful people who want to continue to accrue wealth and power, even if the rest of the world burns. We can't let them do that. If we want to protect our planet Earth and make it inhabitable for our children and our grandchildren and generations of people to come, and all of the other species that we share our planet with, we have to do something about that. We need change. Right now, it's not happening. And climate scientists, geologists, biologists, paleontologists, frankly, we're terrified. Because we've seen what happened in Earth's past when the climate changes rapidly. When we say rapidly, we mean over several 100,000 or million years. That's rapid by geological standards. Over a few hundred years, that is insane. It's really, really, really bad. So yeah. Dyson Dinosaur says, I heard a tornado hit an area near my town in northeastern Italy. A tornado in Italy! We never had those. Yeah. Count on more of them, Dyson Dinosaur. It's... You know, it's... Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Enlightened Tight says, it is now smart policy decisions and commercial power can go a long way. That's true. We need more of it, though. It's not happening nearly fast enough. Like... Yeah. And there you go, Murph. Yeah. 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 And Axeman says, the extent of human apathy is honestly kind of impressive. Well, that's because I think most people are just not aware of how bad this is. And that's because corporate media usually doesn't talk about this. Because it goes against their profits. You know? Oil companies and vehicle manufacturers and people like that, they're the ones who pay for ads on the news. That's why we have corporate news. That's why you don't hear about this kind of thing very often there. Or when you do, it's usually from a consumeristic standpoint. Like, oh, buy this or that, and that'll solve climate change. And that's not how things work. Here, let's take a look at this video right here.
It's hard to be an eco-warrior, but it's easy to drive like one.
Bottled at the source, untouched by man.
In recent decades, we've seen a boom of sustainable and green products that address consumer concerns about the environmental impacts of the stuff we buy.
Kind to skin and the planet.
Companies market everything from organic cotton clothing to electric vehicles.
We're going all electric!
As eco-friendly alternatives to everyday goods. On paper, it looks like a great strategy. Companies can continue to generate goods and profits while providing consumers with a way to reduce their emissions and impact on the planet.
People buying Tesla's new Model X could be in line for a big tax deduction.
Governments can incentivize green products with tax rebates and cuts while growing the economy.
We're going to provide tax incentives and point-of-sale rebates to help all American families afford electric cars and trucks.
But this shop-till-you-drop approach to a better environment doesn't consider the larger problem.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Vast overconsumption, overproduction, and the economic models that degrade our environments. The assumption that you can buy your way out of climate change has bigger consequences than we might realize.
Yep. Yeah. This isn't a perspective that you're going to hear a lot of in traditional media, or frankly, even here on Twitch. You know, shoot. I'll probably never get a sponsorship deal on this channel. And I'm okay with that because, you know, who would want to sponsor me when I'm sharing information like this, you know? But yeah, you can't buy your way out of climate change. It doesn't work that way. Spending more money and buying more products is not the answer. Yeah.
Take a look at one of the most popular green products money can buy, the electric vehicle.
Yeah. Electric cars are a bad thing. They're better than internal combustion engine vehicles, sure. But still, like, the amount of manufacturing that they require for everybody to have their own electric car like this, like that alone could wreck the planet. We need to rethink things entirely, you know? More public transit and less everybody driving around in steel and glass boxes with gigantic lithium-ion batteries inside. That's not a solution. Yeah.
According to Tesla's 2020 impact report, Tesla drivers collectively avoided over 3.5 million tons of CO2 emissions that year,
which is a good
while
thing.
driving their electric vehicles instead of gas-powered ones. That's about the equivalent of taking 755,000 gas-powered cars off the road for a year.
And I'm not saying reject humanity, Eddie Scarin. Let's make this very clear. These changes are better for humanity at large. Might be worse for large corporations. Boo-hoo. Better for all of us, you know?
Here.
Oh, and Kills for Fun says, and all the electricity to charge them. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. So much of the electricity that goes toward charging electric vehicles comes from burning fossil fuels in the first place, you know? So you're basically just kind of outsourcing your fossil fuel consumption. If you live in a region where your electricity is coming from burning coal, well, you know, then essentially you have a coal-powered electric vehicle. Oh, you know? Yeah.
And this may appear like a lot, but consider what...
And Science Stream says we can advance more if we only put the betterment of the world first. Exactly. The betterment of the world around us and of people, you know? Yeah.
Cars off the road for a year. And this may appear like a lot, but consider what went into manufacturing and powering a Tesla in the first place.
Yeah.
First, Tesla's components are more emissions intensive to manufacture than the average internal combustion engine vehicle.
Yep. Especially if it's like a hybrid or something like that. Shoot. I wonder if she's going to talk about vehicle longevity as well, because that's also a huge thing that a lot of people fail to consider. The more miles you can get out of your car, the more reliable it is, the fewer repairs it needs, the longer you can drive it for, the better that is, you know? If you have a Tesla that only lasts 120,000 miles before you have to turn it in or replace the battery or whatever, that's not great, you know? I drive a 2008 vehicle. It's got 180,000 miles on it. I'm going to try and get 500,000 miles out of it, you know, before I eventually get something else, you know. Hopefully that works. But the more you can do that, the more that you can reduce your consumption that way by just, you know, not switching to a new vehicle because you saw a shiny ad somewhere. That's a good thing, you know?
The batteries and electronic parts use rare earth elements like cobalt and lithium, which are highly toxic and energy intensive to extract. Mining these elements is linked with human rights abuses and indigenous land dispossession around the world.
This is what the world's soaring demand for cobalt is doing to the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Forging the steel, shipping all the parts, and junking the battery after its use are just a handful of the polluting, resource-intensive processes that go into a Tesla's life.
Which is often extraordinarily short, too, for a vehicle as expensive as they are. My Name is Mike makes an interesting point here, which should hold true. Seems like electric vehicles should last longer. Combustion engines have a lot of mechanical parts, pumps, filters, whatnot. Electric motors seem insanely simpler. They are. So they have fewer moving parts, there's less maintenance, but a lot of that comes down to manufacturing quality. And for something like Tesla's, they're just not there. These vehicles are not going to last 500,000 miles. You might be lucky to run them for 100,000 miles before parts start to fail. You know, it's just, Tesla's kind of notorious for poor build quality. Just kind of slapdash construction. They have recalls all the time, you know, and oftentimes if you have something that goes wrong in the vehicle because they're so software heavy, it's like you just have to replace it. You can't have it repaired. Well, I think with Teslas, I don't even know if you're allowed to have them repaired in a non-Tesla shop. Everything's proprietary, you know? It's like a Macintosh laptop. You know, it stops working, you just have to throw it out. It's not like you can replace the components in it. Yeah, because it's more profitable that way. Because at the end of the day, profit is what they're after. Tesla isn't in this to save the world. They're in it to make money. So that's really not a solution, you know? Yeah. And why isn't Toyota, etc., aggressively competing for better built EVs? That's a wonderful question. My name is Mike. I've been really frustrated with Toyota about that. Yeah. 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 That's one of the reasons why I'd be super hesitant to buy a newer vehicle too, is because the build quality for a lot of newer vehicles is not the same as it was in the mid 2000s too. You know, I'll probably be driving my '08 Prius for another 20 years if I can. I'm gonna run that thing into the ground. So yeah.
Add all this up, and a brand new Tesla emits 36 tons of CO2 over its average lifespan of about 17 years.
And I do not think they're going to last 17 years each. Holy cow. I do not think that.
And the same goes for other products we buy. Whether you're buying a...
My car is already 16 years old, and I would like to have it for the next 20 years, if at all possible. Going to do everything I can to keep it on the road, and with a Prius, that's easy. It's like one of the most reliable vehicles you could possibly get your hands on. But yeah. And Salamander says our 2011 HRV is on its last legs, and it's so sad to see. I'm sorry to hear that, Salamander. Yeah.
A metal straw instead of a plastic one, or vegan shoes instead of leather. Purchasing new goods, even ones that are marketed as sustainable or green, will require natural resource use and produce waste.
Yep.
Obviously, we need things in order to live, and many people don't have enough.
Oh, yeah.
But the level of consumption that happens among industries and higher income groups in wealthy countries far outpaces those needs. In fact, countries like the US use up resources faster than they can regenerate, all while releasing far more than their fair share of greenhouse gases and toxic pollutants.
The global economy is considered to be operating in ecological deficit.
What we find is humanity uses 70%
the top of his head. Respect. I love that he found a headset that accentuates that. Oh, from Oakland. Well, a fellow Bay Area resident here. Yeah. Anyway, I like this guy already.
Operating in ecological deficit.
What we find is humanity uses 70% more than what Earth can renew.
So the question we should be asking is, why do so many of our environmental solutions require people to buy new stuff? For most countries, buying and selling as many goods as possible is a marker of a healthy economy. We measure this as gross domestic product, or GDP. The total monetary value of all goods and services produced in a year.
Yep. My name is Mike says, I missed some of the beginning. Is the pollution from burning fuel to charge EVs greater than the pollution of combustion engines? It depends where you're at, like what energy market you're in. If you're in a region where you've got coal-fired power plants that are producing electricity, then yes, your electric vehicle would be polluting more than an internal combustion engine vehicle, as I understand it. But also, you know, if your electric vehicle doesn't last as long as an internal combustion engine vehicle, like if you can only get 100,000 miles out of it before you have to turn it in or junk it or whatever, then it's like, then your net carbon output is still much higher than an internal combustion engine vehicle, on average, especially if that one lasts a lot longer after manufacture, you know? So yeah. Here in the Pacific Northwest, our electric comes mostly from hydropower. Yeah, Mike. And I hear that might be changing in the Pacific Northwest in the near future. Hopefully, if they dismantle some of these old dams, hopefully they'll be able to switch to things like solar and wind, and a big proponent of nuclear as well. I think France is really doing something right there. Nuclear power, if done right, can be one of the most efficient and have the least impact on local, environments. But yeah, love to see a lot more nuclear plants, but you and me both, Mike. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I've gotten into arguments with folks from Greenpeace before. Had people scream at me before, like the Greenpeace people with clipboards out on the sidewalk. They're like, "Oh, do you want to sign our petition for Greenpeace?" It's like, no, if Greenpeace hadn't helped kill nuclear power back in the 1970s, the world would be a much, much better place. We probably wouldn't be in this climate catastrophe. Like Greenpeace, there's blood on your hands there. Holy cow. But yeah, how dare you be rational with science streams? I guess also the phrase "blood on your hands" is probably a little inflammatory. I could have been a bit more circumspect, but yeah, yeah. And yeah, I'm not sure, Mike. I don't know about that. I'm not an expert on, electric vehicle batteries versus their disposal, that kind of thing. I think if it were easy to recycle them, it would be a lot nicer. But I don't know. I don't know enough about that to really have a strong opinion.
Throughout the last century, most countries aimed for a constantly growing GDP as a measure of improvements in quality of life.
Raw materials, goods, and services moved from nation to nation, meeting demands and raising the standard of living of everyone.
A bigger GDP usually means more TVs, cars, toys, household appliances, and food. But for wealthy nations like the United States, that metric has devastating consequences for global environments.
The G20 accounts for around 75% of global greenhouse gas emissions and around 80% of global GDP.
Overall, we generate more wealth and stuff. But the impact of that consumption is reflected in ever-depleting resources and biodiversity, a rapid peak in emissions in the last century, and more people impacted by pollution and climate change. GDP doesn't measure the quality of what we make or buy, or whether it actually makes our lives better. It doesn't account for equitable access to goods, or who our economy makes wealthy and who it impoverishes.
Yep. It doesn't account for income inequality or haves and have-nots.
Except that which makes life worthwhile. It can tell us everything about America, except why we are proud that we are Americans.
Companies can manufacture green products cheaply by paying low wages and mistreating workers.
The suit accuses Tesla of mistreating foreign workers, forced to work 80-hour weeks, paid below minimum wage, and were threatened with deportation if they reported workplace injuries.
Even if green products could be completely separated from carbon emissions, using all renewable energy in their production, it isn't happening fast enough to meet our emissions targets. Not to mention, at their current cost, most of us can't afford to buy green products. In the end, we can't buy our way out of climate change. It's simply better to buy and sell less stuff overall, while understanding that individual consumer actions aren't going to beat back climate change.
Nope.
We have to rethink how our economic systems function.
And you can hear it now. People frothing in the mouth and going, "Well, we can't do that. That's blood red communism. We can't shrink our economy." At the end of the day, you just have to be pragmatic about this sort of thing. You're living in a fantasy world if you think that our planet can sustain this kind of endless economic growth, because it absolutely cannot. That's a difficult truth, but there it is. I'd be lying to you if I told you otherwise.
Instead of just switching out all our cars to electric, we can design where we live to require fewer
Unibus.
cars.
That's in San Francisco. Yeah, I just saw a bunch of these this
All our
morning.
cars to electric, we can design where we live to require fewer cars, better urban planning, more public transit.
Demonstrators in Berlin take to their bikes. They want more car-free cycling routes in the city centre.
And shoot, just this morning, I was in San Francisco with Lordy. We went to visit Golden Gate Park, and it was so nice to see that they'd closed all the roads in Golden Gate Park to cars, or almost all of them. They still have it so that, people who work at the Academy of Sciences or the De Young Museum, places like that, they can still park their vehicles. But, for the most part, the roads have been closed off, and it's so cool to see all of these walkers and hikers and people walking their dogs, and people out bird watching, people riding their bicycles everywhere, people on scooters, and just watching everyone be able to enjoy this space without having to constantly be looking over their shoulders to make sure they're not going to be run over by a car. It's a beautiful thing to see. Makes people happier and healthier, and just better for everybody. Even if it can be slightly less convenient to drivers,
We can electrify the entire grid. Because most of the electricity powering electric vehicles is generated by dirty fuel anyway.
In Borrego Springs, panels can generate enough electricity to turn on the lights in 26,000 homes.
In Sierra Leone, there is finally reliable power from renewable sources.
Placing solar canopies over the massive aqueducts, making it easier to distribute the power to the surrounding community.
We need to imagine a future where everyone is able to access good quality, long-lasting things they need.
Washing machines, dishwashers, and fridges will have to be built to be longer lasting.
New policy to prioritize enforcement against manufacturers that make it difficult for consumers to fix products on their own.
This is a huge thing. This is huge for me. Like, being able to fix things when they break is so important, but that's not how these huge companies make the most profit. They want you to have to replace your items every few years rather than just fix them or upgrade them or tweak them in order to keep them working. And I hate that. It drives me nuts that, like, you know, you have something that's basically designed to break after a few years, so you have to fork over more money in order to be able to buy a new one. Like, no, just build it in such a way that the parts are interchangeable or replaceable. It's better for everyone, except it's not better for their profits, you know? So you can't really solve this kind of thing through, like, free market enterprise. We need to band together as people and say, hey, you can't do this. We need to pass laws against this kind of thing, against predatory corporate policies like that. You know? And they then charge a ton for the... Exactly, science streams, yeah.
Instead of trying to grow an economy endlessly, we need to question that endless appetite to grow.
Yeah. Agreed. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this video right here. Thanks for sitting through this little rant. It's important stuff, you know? And I know that... Well, I don't know. I'm really lucky that we're on a platform like this on Twitch where I'm not going to be shut down for saying things like this. Yeah. I know it's weird to, like, say this on an advertising-based platform. But yeah, consumption... Well, it can be good for the bottom line. It's not good for the environment. It is not good for your pocketbook. It's not good for the human soul, you know? Buying things will not make you happy. At the end of the day, it's the connections that we have with other people. It's the things that we're passionate about, the projects that we contribute to. Those are the things that make life worthwhile. Those are the things that bring personal fulfillment. Not having the newest, shiniest gadget. Yeah. If only we had planned obsolescence for corporations too. Like an idea diagonal. Yeah. If corporations are people, then maybe sometimes they should go into retirement. Maybe retirement in the Blade Runner sense. But yeah. But yeah, and Andrew Memrek says the other issue is the human population size is an issue most people don't want to discuss for obvious reasons. I mean, you don't want to get genocidal about things, so no, don't. That's the thing too, is that human population seems to be about to taper off, which is a good thing, you know? And the more that you raise people's standard of living, the more that you make resources available to people, and resources like education especially, people are better able to make choices about reproduction, you know? People who really want to have children can have children. People who cannot support children will not have to have children. I don't know. I'm all for giving people what they need to lead happy, fulfilling lives in harmony with those around them and with the natural world. We can do that. It's very much possible. But the current system does not want that, you know? So yeah. Anywho. But yeah. Kills for Fun says population is seriously in decline. That's not the case. Global human population is still increasing. Yeah. But yeah. Layer T says, has anyone seen the movie Idiocracy? What a stupid movie. Sorry, not a fan. I don't know, it's like this weirdly misanthropic movie that, like, you know, everything about humanity can be reduced to IQ. Just incredibly reductionist in that way. And I don't know, it's like a really weirdly mean-spirited movie about that, too. I don't put much faith in IQ, you know? It's a very flawed metric, and something that I think is oftentimes just used to discriminate against people who have fewer opportunities. Yeah. What is intelligence, actually? Great question, Tannerine, yeah. But yeah. Exactly, Golganek. Exactly. Yeah. But yeah. Rebel Decibel says, but most of developed countries are indeed dying out. Those countries aren't dying out. You might just have population leveling off or aging. The thing is, population can decline, and that can be a good thing in certain places. It's just, people have this idea drilled into their heads that GDP must ever be increasing, that economies must always be growing, that populations must always be growing, and that is an absolute recipe for disaster globally. We cannot have that, or we'll have just an overall economic boom and then a swift crash. And that's kind of what we're headed toward right now, economically speaking. But yeah. But yeah, Layer T says looking at birth rate statistics is certainly disheartening. Why? You know? Do you really think we need 15 billion people in the world? This idea that humanity must always be growing and ever growing in numbers, you know, that like that's something that we should always be striving for, I think that's a recipe for disaster. You know? Yeah. But yeah. Growth, no matter what, that's the ideology of the cancer cell. Exactly, Haraz, yeah. Weird Adult says, what is the carrying capacity of Earth as climate continues to warm? Well, it's going to decrease. With a warming climate, the carrying capacity of Earth for human lives swiftly decrease. Because they'll be able to produce far less food, for one thing. As different areas continue to aridify, as you get less and less rainfall, you get more prolonged droughts, agricultural capacity will swiftly decrease. Yeah. But yeah. And Rebel Decibel says, why did people fail to domesticate some dinosaur species? You mean like birds, Rebel Decibel? Domestication is one of those things that's very rare. A lot of things have to go right in order for a species to be domesticable. And we can talk about that if you'd like to. Speaking of animals that may or may not have ever been domesticated, Mini Pie, how are you doing? Hi, Minnie. Hey. Hello. How are you doing? Thanks for returning. During our cold open video our welcome video at the beginning, Mini Pie jumped onto the desk when you couldn't see her because we were watching the welcome video. Thank you for returning, Mini Pie. How are you doing? How are you doing? Yeah. Yeah. And Hugin says, quick question, when the KPG extinction happened, why did only birds survive? Why didn't the smaller non-avian dinosaurs survive as well? Were they too specialized, or was it a combination of factors? That's the thing, Hugin, is that birds didn't survive, for the most part. It's kind of a miracle that any of them did. Here's a neat figure from a paper that's hopefully going to be published sometime soon. But yeah, so this shows the extinction rates for different vertebrate animals. I don't think it's globally. I think it's just in North America. But like 40% of freshwater fish species died out, 22% of turtles, 22% of salamanders and newts, 20% of the crocs and champsosaurs. 90% of mammal species died out. 92% of lizards and snakes, squamates. 94% of the bird species died out too. We almost completely lost birds as well. And it seems like the birds that survived were the ones who were small, lived on the ground, not in trees, and had kind of a generalist diet, maybe. Or maybe they were specialist seed eaters or something like that. Oh yeah. Yeah. Mini Pie, how are you doing? So, if cats had been around at the end of the Cretaceous period, which they weren't, but if they were, they probably would not have survived, because cats feed on a lot of small prey, and a lot of those small prey species are the ones who were hit pretty hard at the KPG extinction. So, it's a good thing, Mini Pie, that you were not around at the end of the Cretaceous with that asteroid impact. Yeah, because that would not be good. For one thing, you wouldn't have anybody to give you treats. There we go. Have some of those. There you are. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, excellent. And Murph, I did see that. The orangutan, yeah. There's a paper published on that, which is really cool. You're slobbering all over the desk, Mini Pie. You move the keyboard so you can get to those treats, huh? Huh? Yeah. How are those? Are they pretty good? They pretty good? Yeah. Here, since it is Thursday Birds Day, why don't we talk about those birds that survived the KPG extinction? Many of them had teeth, actually. Well, the birds that died had teeth. Yeah. Here. Let's take a look at this. I know we've watched it before. Let's watch it again. Some good stuff here from PBS Eons.
In
Back into our fossil
1861, a
discussion
man
here.
working in a Bavarian quarry discovered a fossil that would change the way we think about birds. The fossil was of a single beautiful feather exquisitely preserved in limestone from the Jurassic. But the feather turned out to belong to an animal that was unlike any other bird humans had ever seen. Nearby, the remains were found of Archaeopteryx, a creature that by all accounts was bird-like. But it had some very weird features, like a long bony tail and claws on its fingers. It also didn't have the large breastbone of modern birds. And it had teeth. Experts are still arguing over whether
FeatherFriday.
Archaeopteryx
Thank
was
you,
a
Gravity.
true
Yeah.
bird or a Paravian dinosaur or some other kind of dino. But regardless of what side you're on, how did this fascinating bird-like animal relate to today's birds, like ducks, ravens,
You know, it's
emus,
Thursday somewhere.
that sort of thing? Well, the path
Maybe
from
that somewhere is the
Archaeopteryx to
past.
modern birds wasn't a straight line. Those teeth were a clue that this story goes all the way back to what we now call the non-avian dinosaurs.
Yep. Cool stuff. And Golgan makes a good point. Yeah, rich countries have so much greater impact each person than elsewhere. At the same time, though, you can't blame yourself for that necessarily. You do what you can, and it sounds like you're doing an excellent job of that, Golgan. Absolutely. But you know, we don't choose what country we're born into. we have a certain degree of control over how we live our lives, but a big part of this is just like how society is built, and what are the systems that are in place there. Oftentimes that's a much more helpful way to think about things than to make climate change be about personal responsibility. It's not. And that goes into the whole idea of like greenwashing. It's yeah. Here, I don't want to get drawn back into that. Let's proceed with our birds here, but we'll talk about that another time. Yeah.
Scientists started to realize that birds actually are dinosaurs not long after
exactly.
Archaeopteryx was discovered in the 18th.
And this is Archaeopteryx right here, of course. Our lovely ancient wing Archaeopteryx.
1960s and 70s. That's because
live
around
in a
the
society.
same time as
I hear that in
find, another discovery
George
was made in
Costanza
those
voice,
same
Mayor
Bavarian
Space.
quarries.
We're
It was the
living in a
skeleton of
society.
a tiny meat-eating dinosaur called Compsognathus, and it was the first more or less complete skeleton of any dinosaur ever found. Compsognathus had a lot of traits that seemed bird-like. It had a curved neck, it stood on 2 legs, and it had 3 main toes. And we now think it might have even had hair-like feathers. But
yeah, Compsognathus also does not seem to be an adult. Even larger specimens that have been found don't seem to be mature. It'd be wonderful to actually test that idea directly, to do some histo, cut those bones open, count the growth rings inside, but there's an idea now that Compsognathus and other Compsognathids, members of the same family, might actually be juveniles of dinosaurs like this. The Carcharodontosaurs, like Carcharodontosaurus. It's an idea that I find really compelling, and I think we need more fossils in order to be able to truly test this hypothesis in a rigorous way, and we need to be able to cut some of those specimens. Whether that's cutting historic specimens, like this one here, which, let's be honest, we'd probably never get that chance to cut this thing open. Even though glue is cheap,
Ontogeny.
But yeah. Droppy says, can't we take 3D scans of the interior? The technology isn't really there yet to be able to like count growth rings. Maybe someday it'll be there. Maybe someday soon. But we're not there yet. Yeah. And that is an interesting thought, Rebel Decibel. Interesting thought, which suggests we only had one chance, really. Yeah. Interesting, Rebel Decibel. These are grim thoughts. Ugh. But yeah. Remembered your ontogeny question from yesterday? Wait, I did remember it, or I didn't, Enlighten Tight? What was your question? Could you enlighten me? We were talking about ontogeny, as we often do. Ontogeny is extraordinarily important.
Ontogeny.
For understanding the biology and the ecology of dinosaurs, and their evolution as well, the classification, everything.
Ontogeny.
Ontogeny changes everything. It's super important. And thank you for gifting Mugafuga.
Gifted a tier 1 sub
thank
to
you
Mugafuga.
for that.
They have given 242 gift subs in the channel.
And we can age dinosaurs in light and tight. We certainly can. Here, we'll get into that a little bit here because it is pertinent to our discussion. Yeah. Here. How do we tell if a dinosaur is young or old? Wrong button.
Using some duckbill dinosaurs, a thing called Hypacrosaurus. And he showed that if you were to take a baby and an adult and make an average of what it should look like.
You ask its age. There you go, Barnesdale. But how?
It would have a crest about half the size of the adult.
Yeah.
But the actual subadult, the 65%, had no crest at all. So this was interesting. So this is this is where people went astray again. I mean, if they'd have just taken Peter Dodson's work and gone on with that, then we would have a lot less dinosaurs than we have. But scientists have egos. They like to name things. And so they went on naming dinosaurs because they were different. Now, we have a way of actually testing to see whether a dinosaur or any animal is a young one or an older one.
So this gets into your question there, Enlightened Tide. How do we figure out if a dinosaur is young or old? Unfortunately, they don't usually talk when we ask them, you know? They're Johnny Tight-Lips over here. Instead, you know, you gotta break some legs, or rather, cut some legs.
And that's by actually cutting into their bones.
Yep.
But cutting into the bones of a dinosaur is hard to do, as you can imagine, because museums' bones are precious.
Yep.
Right? You go into a museum and they take really good care of them. They put them in foam little containers, and I mean, they're very well taken care of.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Moo Hoodles. How are you doing, Moo? It's good to see you. Happy Friday to you. I hope things are going well. If anybody's not yet following Moo Hoodles, you're certainly missing out. So Moo Hoodles is another science person here on Twitch. She does astronomy, astrobiology, talks about some of the latest news out of space science. So if that sort of thing sounds interesting to you, if you like to look up at the stars and feel that wonderful feeling of smallness that we get when we contemplate how vast the universe is, if that's the sort of thing that you enjoy, go follow Moo Hoodles. There's a lot of that on her channel. Excellent stuff. Thank you, Moo, for being here and for saying hi. But yeah. Rebel Decibel says, can't you just cut the bone in half and just stitch it together afterwards? Yeah, that's what we do. Exactly. Yeah, glue is cheap. Anyway, yeah, and someone asked, like, can't you just look at the size of an animal to figure out how old it is? No, because we often don't have a good understanding of what is the adult size for these creatures. You know, with critters like Nanotyrannus over here. This is my 3D print, life size, of the Cleveland skull. Different paleontologists disagree about this. There are still arguments about this to this day, even though it was discovered back in 1943, I think. The Cleveland skull, maybe 42, near Ekalaka, Montana. It's called the Cleveland skull because it's in Cleveland. It's at the Cleveland Museum. But is this animal an adult, small-bodied tyrannosaur, what people call Nanotyrannus? Or is it just a young T-Rex? Because it's from the same time and the same place as T-Rex. It looks like you would expect a young T-Rex to look. So what's going on? Is it different from T-Rex? Is it a different species, different genus? Or is it just a young T-Rex? How do you test that idea, you know? Science is all about testing ideas. You know, you can make arguments, you can use logic and reasoning, all that stuff. That's all well and good, but it's not science. Science is about testing ideas. In order to do that, you have to collect data, and you have to kind of run an experiment, so to speak. It could be an experiment in a laboratory, or it could be an experiment that you do via collecting specimens. You know, but you've got to find a way to test those ideas. You know? So yeah. And Kills for Fun says, what do you make of the human footprints being found next to dinosaur footprints found in Texas? They're fakes. Kills for Fun. They're fakes. It's a classic creationist hoax thing. Here, I'll give you a link. And we'll get back into this. I'm trying not to get too sidetracked. Yeah. Here we go. Some of them are hoaxes and some of them are just misidentifications, but here's a resource to kind of get you started there. Yeah. Some of them are dinosaur footprints that are just kind of squished, and if you really squint at them, you can go, oh, it looks kind of like a human footprint, I guess. But they're not. You follow the trackway back further, and it's like, those are clearly dinosaur tracks. But creationists like to claim otherwise. Anyway, yeah. And then there are some that are just straight up carved. Like, you know, like this, for instance. Baked. Dinosaur tracks pretty much never look this perfect, nor do human tracks. And it's like, oh, well, the dinosaur clearly stepped into the human footprint. It must mean they lived at the same time. This was carved. It's not real. Anyway, thought it couldn't be true? You thought correctly. Feels fun. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And how is it possible to CT scan the bones? What? So yeah, Salamander, sometimes hospitals will collaborate with museums and they'll be like, yeah, if we've got some free time in our schedule, you can bring a dinosaur fossil in and get it CT scanned. That's a thing that that happens not too infrequently. Yeah. Let's see, we're getting a little bit further afield here, but that's okay. Here's an alligator being CT scanned. Yep. Yep. Well, but no, we CT scan bones all the time. It doesn't just have to be soft tissue fossilizing. But, yeah. Anyway, this is about Willow, the little dinosaur with a heart. It was claimed that this nodule in the center of a Thessaliosaurus skeleton was a fossilized heart, and it's probably not the case, but there's some people who think that maybe the iron-rich tissue in the heart actually did help preserve it, and maybe like an iron nodule formed around the remnants of the heart. So, I don't know. You get different opinions about this from different researchers. We're not totally sure what's going on there. But anyway, we were talking about dinosaur histology, so let's return to that, and then we'll get back to our birds video about how only a handful of bird species survived the KPG extinction.
They don't like it if you come in and want to saw them.
Here we go.
Because museums, bones are precious, right? You go into a museum and they take really good care of them. They put them in foam little containers, and I mean, they're very well taken care of. They don't like it if you come in and want to saw them open and look inside. So they don't normally let you do that. But I have a museum and I collect dinosaurs.
That's where I used to work, Museum of the
I
Rockies.
can saw mine open. So
Yep.
that's what I do. So if you cut open a little dinosaur, it's very spongy inside, like A. And if you cut into an older dinosaur, it's very massive. It's very, I mean, you can tell it's mature bone. So it's real easy to tell them apart.
Not only that, but we can actually count the growth rings sometimes. This is from a super young dinosaur. I don't see any lines of arrested growth right here. Lines of arrested growth, or lags, are... It's almost like the ring in a tree stump.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Thank you, Hugan, for gifting Rebel Decibel.
9129
I appreciate that,
tier
Hugan.
1
Thank you,
sub
thank
to
you.
Rebel Decibel.
Good stuff.
They have given 2 gift subs in the channel.
Appreciate that, Hugan. Thank you, thank you. This guy's got no lags, no lines of arrested growth, and those are kind of yearly rings, usually during like the during tough times, during a dry season, during winter, during drought or whatever, seasonally you usually get like 1 lag per year. That's kind of the idea. And here there's no lags. None that I can see. So this animal's less than a year old. Very, very young. And the bone is super spongy. You can tell it's growing super fast. This is an animal that might very well be done growing. You can see hints of lags there. They're kind of like, looks like toward the edge, they're kind of forming what we call an EFS, an external fundamental signature, where the lines become so densely packed that they're kind of indistinguishable. That's basically the animal is done growing. Fully mature.
So what I want to do is show you these. In North America, in the northern plains of the United States and the southern plains of Alberta and Saskatchewan, there's this unit of rock called the Hell Creek Formation that
I've done a ton of work in
produces
Hell
the
Creek.
last dinosaurs that
A lot of
lived
field
on
work
Earth. And there are 12 of them that everyone recognizes. I mean, there are 12 primary dinosaurs that went extinct.
Anyway, so through the rest of this talk, Jack talks about synonymizing some of these dinosaurs because of ontogeny. You know, lining them up size-wise is sometimes enough to be able to gain a clue about that. Well, we got small, medium, large. Small, medium, large. They look very similar, except for the growing dome and the shrinking spikes in the back. Well, yeah.
Because, well, we know why. Scientists like to name things. So, if we cut open Draco Rex, I cut open our Draco Rex, and look at it, it was spongy inside. Really spongy inside. I mean, it is a juvenile and it's growing really fast.
Very go enlightened type. I know it.
It is going to get bigger. If you cut open Stygimoloch, it is doing the same thing. The dome, that little dome is growing really fast. It's inflating very fast. What's interesting is the spike on the back of the Draco Rex was growing very fast as well. The spikes on the back of the Stygimoloch are actually resorbing, which means they're getting smaller as that dome is getting bigger. And if we look at Pachycephalosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus has a solid dome, and its little bumps on the back of its head were also resorbing. So just with these 3 dinosaurs, you can easily, you know, as a scientist, we can easily hypothesize that it is just a growth series of the same animal.
Yep.
Which of course means that Stygimoloch and Draco Rex are extinct.
I mean, of course they're extinct. They're Mesozoic dinosaurs, but you know what he means.
Okay.
Anyway, so Jack proceeds to do this for Triceratops and Torosaurus. It's actually the most controversial out of all of these. For Edmontosaurus.
Edmontosaurus and Anatotitan. Anatotitan, giant duck. It's a giant duckbill dinosaur. So here's another one. So we look at the bone histology. The bone histology tells us that Edmontosaurus is a juvenile or at least a subadult, and the other one is an adult, and we have an ontogeny, and we get rid of Anatotitan.
So Anatotitan was the second one to be named. The first name, the one that's first published, is usually the one we keep. It's that's something important to know.
So we can just keep doing this. And the last one is T-Rex. So there's these 2 dinosaurs, T-Rex and Nanotyrannus. Again,
I love that people
makes you
laugh.
wonder. But they had a good question. I mean, they were looking at it and they said, one's got 17 teeth and the biggest one's got 12 teeth. And that doesn't make any sense at all because we don't know of any dinosaurs that gain teeth as they get older. So
And he meant lose teeth. He misspoke there, but yeah.
It must be true. They must be different. So we cut into them. And sure enough, Nanotyrannus has juvenile bone, and the bigger one has more mature bone.
So it doesn't seem like this is a dwarf breed of Tyrannosaurus, like somebody in the chat was suggesting. That was an excellent question there. But the way to test that, again, science is about testing ideas.
Ontogeny.
You test that by cutting open the bones and looking at how mature the bones are. because other stuff will fool you. Some paleontologists prefer to look at the fusion of different bones to be able to say, oh, well, if the bones are fused, then that must mean it's an adult. That's not actually a reliable metric, especially in dinosaurs. You can even have one side of the skull that is fused and the other side is not fused in the same individual animal. One half of its, the right side might be fused and the left side might not be fused. Same with different parts of the vertebral column. Some of the different vertebral processes might be fused on in some of the vertebrae and not fused on in others. It's not a reliable indicator. Size is also not a reliable indicator. Because you can have an adult animal that was just underfed, or might just be smaller due to individual variation or even sexual dimorphism. Could be that the males are smaller than the females, or vice versa. The way to actually test if an animal is mature, the only real way to do that is by doing histology.
Glue is cheap.
And you really can't say that an animal is fully mature until you find that EFS, until you find that external fundamental signature. Anything short of that just does not work. So yeah. Anyway, that's why this is such an important method. And we saw this the other day. Where was that? This showed up in a video that we were looking at. Oh, it was here. This is a documentary we were watching the other day. We finally finished it. About T-Rex and Nanotyrannus. This is a whole documentary about that.
And we see some fusion in some of her bones, which initially would lead us to believe that she was an adult animal. But then as we started to prepare her more and look at more of these bones, we realized that there was a lot of bones that were not fused, which may indicate that she's a juvenile.
When Nanotyrannus was first named, they said that they CAT scanned it and it looked like it was all fused together. Well, it's all together, but it's not fused together. In fact, our biggest tyrannosaurs fall apart. I mean, they're not fused together either.
Yeah,
An
a lot of that is
important
about preservation.
unfolds.
Here we
Greg
go.
Erickson, a noted paleobiologist at Florida State University, conducts a groundbreaking tyrannosaur bone growth experiment, the results of which may have a large impact on determining Jane's identity.
Here we go. So this
what
is how
we do is we
this
utilize
actually works.
growth rings that we find in the skeletons of dinosaurs. These animals, very much like
You know Greg
reptiles today, laid down annual growth lines in their skeletons.
Oh, and look who he's got right there, hiding in the background. Look familiar? I maintain that mine is painted a little bit better than, whoever painted this before it was purchased. The Berlin's, but yes, indeed, Valiant Cheese. Yes, indeed. How you doing, Cheese? It's good to see you. And very cool diagonal. Yeah, I've met Greg Erickson at Berkeley before. He was visiting at one point when I was working there when I was in high school. Got to talk to him for a little bit. It was cool.
In other words, their growth slowed down for part of the year, and this left a distinctive mark in their skeletons. It's very much like counting tree rings is the way it works. You can count up those rings and figure out how old an animal was at the time of death, just as you can do the same with a tree.
Yep. So they're subtle, but they are what we call lags, lines of arrested growth. So there's one right there. It's a little bit darker because the bone is growing more slowly. So as a result, it's a little bit more opaque. It's a little bit darker. And then you see another one along here. They should have put the arrow like right here, but that might be confusing, the zigzag. Instead, they put them mostly in a line going out toward the end of the bone. But yeah, there's another line of arrested growth. Here's another one right here. So in between here and here, this animal was growing a lot. Probably had a lot of access to a lot of food. And here you've got another line of arrested growth. Another one right here. It takes a trained eye to really be able to interpret these properly. But once you get good at it, you can pick those lags out. They become pretty much unmistakable.
So what we do is we actually literally select bones from these animals and
appreciate
cut them
that, Valiant
open
Cheese.
and
It's
count
good
up
to see
those
you.
growth lines. But it's not such a simple process of just looking at them. The rings are actually microscopic, and so what we do is we'll cut a bone open, and we'll take another cut out of it, make a slice, we'll place that on a glass microscope slide, And then we'll sand and polish that down to a very thin level so we can see light through it. And then we'll put it on a microscope. And through the microscope, we can actually push light through the specimen, and then we can actually see the growth lines. And then we count them up. And the total count,
and that's funny, diagonal. That is funny.
Of the animal at the time
Rejected by science, accepted by nature.
Jane was 11 or 12 years of age at the time of her death.
She was not mature.
If we look at the size of Jane relative to that age, this animal plots right on the Tyrannosaurus rex growth curve. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that Jane was a Tyrannosaurus rex. It just means it's consistent with its developmental size with Tyrannosaurus rex.
According to Dr. Erickson's research, Jane is a juvenile. This means that if Jane and the Cleveland skull are the same animal, Nanotyrannus is not the adult species it was originally described as.
Yeah, anyway, if you'd like to watch the rest of this, here is this video. Now, dinosaur ontogeny actually has something to do with why dinosaurs went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period, except for a few birds. So let's get back into that, shall we? And Shakespeare, how are you doing? Welcome back here. It's good to see you. Sorry it took me a minute to get to your message. Welcome, welcome, Shakespeare. Shakespeare says, I wish I had a home laboratory like that. You mean like this? Or you mean like, I don't think that was Greg Erickson's home laboratory. But, yeah, I think that was his work laboratory at Florida State. But yeah. Here, let's get back to our birdie video. Oh yeah, the reason we started talking about ontogeny is that dinosaurs like Compsognathus, it seems like a growing number of paleontologists are now of the opinion that Compsognathus is not actually a valid genus, or it's not its own thing. It seems to be a juvenile. That this is not the animal's, like, full adult size. It's not really what it would have looked like when it was mature. It may have looked a lot more like, yeah, like Carcharodontosaurus or another Carcharodontosaur. One of these critters when it was full grown. And the changes in between hatchling and adult were pretty darn dramatic. So yeah. And the Raven says, oh no, does Compy not exist? I mean, very well could be the case. Not that it doesn't exist, you know. This fossil's still legit. And we would still call this animal Compsognathus, probably, because that is the name that it was first published under. But it just means that, you know, a little dinosaur that,
more or less complete skeleton of any dinosaur ever found.
Yeah, it probably did not look like this when it's full grown. It very well may have looked like this. This is still a controversial idea. You know, we're still figuring out if that's legit, but this could be adult Compsognathus right here. It might have looked a lot like this, like your classic Carcharodontosaur, you know? Hector Owen says, what? Yeah. Yeah, here, I'll, let me show you. Pull up that paper. There's a paper that was just published about this. That's not it. Should be in my... Let's see. Genesis, is it in here? Nope, that's not it. Where's my Andrea Cow paper? If Dyson Dinosaur is still here. Dyson Dinosaur, are you still here? You might have something to say about this. There we go. A unified framework for predatory dinosaur macroevolution. This is a paper that makes the claim that dinosaurs like Compsognathus are actually just juveniles. Compsognathus, Sinosauropteryx, you know, that little guy, like in the chat. You know, they might just be juveniles of larger Carcharodontosaurs. Semaphoronts. I would use the term ontogomorph, because that's what we used at Museum of the Rockies, but simiforont is probably the more widely used term, even if it's a little bit more opaque. But yeah. Yeah. And is that based on histology? Asked Neverwinterful. I don't think so. The way that you would actually test this hypothesis in a rigorous way is to do histo. This is based on the idea that compsognathids all look very quote-unquote primitive, and that often comes from being immature. If you put them into a cladogram, they will come out as the, more basal, more primitive. But they all seem to... There's hints that these are all juvenile animals, and some of them are clearly hatchlings, like Shipionyx. Yeah. Yeah. Traditionally, compsognathids have been considered small and unspecialized coelurosaurs, closer to birds than large-bodied forms like allosaurids and megalosaurids. Yet all known compsognathids are based on skeletally immature specimens. That is kind of a bold claim. I'd love to see that confirmed with histo. Yeah. And this challenges the accuracy of their traditional phyletic placement. Despite the role of heterochronia in dinosaur evolution being widely recognized, the impact of ontogenetic-based miscodings and shaping theropod phylogenetics is mostly underestimated. Anyway, I'll find you a link to this paper. MiniPie, let me get to my keyboard here. I love you too, but I'm working right now. 2024 Unified Framework. There we go. Here we are. PDF available. Download full text PDF. Copy link address. And MiniPie. Paste. There you go. It is open access diagonal. It is indeed.
Access granted.
Open access. So you can download it right there. I just accidentally grabbed another copy. Let me delete this from downloads so I'm not clogging up my hard drive too much. Delete. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Anywho, yeah. That's a controversial paper. So, I think Andre Cow's got some really interesting ideas about that. But, yeah. But, obviously not everybody agrees. I don't think this paper's got nearly enough attention, honestly. Tom Holtz was tweeting about it here. Oh, and here's a link to Andre Cow's blog where he kind of explained... Oh, no, there's the paper. Okay. Anyway, if you want a short link to the paper, copy link address. There you go. Neverwinter says, yeah, I'm skeptical. I think... I'm a little bit skeptical of the methodology, if not the conclusions. MiniPie, don't knock over my water cup. Please. You're wreaking havoc here. You're a menace, MiniPie. Menace Pie. Yeah. Using phylogenetics to try and test a hypothesis like this, I think only gets you so far. You've got to actually do histo. But I think once we can do some histo on some of these specimens, it might very well turn out to be true. I think he's on the right track there. But yeah. And Hugin... No, so it's different from Carcharodontosaurus. Carcharodontosaurus is from a different time and a different place. It's a continent away, and like 50 million years later, or something like that. But a Carcharodontosaur, so like Compsognathus would be a juvenile Carcharodontosaur, something from, or Allosauroid. Yeah, or maybe megalosauroid? You'll have to look at the paper. But he suggests that Scipionyx from Italy or Scipionyx, sorry. I'm being tasted right now. Oh, what do you think, Mini Pie? Am I done yet? Need some more time in the oven? What do you think? What's your appraisal? She's like, I think you need a little longer. Yeah, Mini Pie. Yeah. Oh, you can't eat me yet. No. No. Not when I'm around to give you treats. No, the treats must flow. The treats must flow. Anyway, Scipionyx. Based on a single specimen that's very clearly an immature animal. Might even be a hatchling. It's very clearly got super juvenile proportions. But Andre Cow suggests that this is actually a juvenile Spinosaur. Or at least some kind of megalosauroid. But he suggests it's a juvenile Spinosaur. It's a fascinating idea. Kind of wondering why in particular it groups with Spinosaurids. Doesn't look like a Spinosaur to me, but it's very clearly a super immature animal. It is not full grown. Not even anywhere close to that. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Hector Owens says Compsognathus is one of my big five. It still can be, Hector Owens. It would still get to keep the name Compsognathus. It might just be that, the adult of that animal might have looked something like, might have looked something like this. Although this is a neovenatorid. Carcharodontosauridae. It may have looked something like this when it was fully mature. Something similar to like Carcharodontosaurus, Tyrannutitan, Acrocanthosaurus, maybe something like that. One of these big guys like that. So yeah. Big lad, yes indeed, the Raven. Yeah. And Compsognathus, maybe? Oh shoot, Compsognathus screams juvenile to me. When you look at the proportions, it very much seems like a small juvenile. I wouldn't quite say a hatchling like Scipionyx, but it does. I don't know. You got such small hips. You got such a big head, but a big head on the end of kind of a medium-sized neck. The proportions are almost like puppy-like. Puppy dogs have got really big paws and big eyes, and Compsognathus to me reminds me of that, especially this specimen. But the way to actually test this would be to cut those bones open and do histo on them.
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Artemis 134
_134 search has succeeded with their 3 co-explorers.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, Artemis. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Howdy. How did your stream go? Hope it was really good. We are talking about dinosaur ontogeny. We're talking about theropod dinosaurs. And we're going to segue into the living theropods, the only group of dinosaurs that still survives today. We call them birds. Yeah. But yeah. And Salamander, doesn't the same thing happen with Hadrosaurs or You're not crazy, Salamander, yeah. And some of the hadrosaur people still need to catch up to that. So I can think of a few off the top of my head who love to name juvenile hadrosaurs as new genera or new species. Well, yeah. But yeah.
With massive jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth, Tyrannosaurus rex was a terrifying sight.
Just like Randy Io. 44 months from Randy Io. Thank you for that ongoing support. I really appreciate that. Good stuff.
Prehistoric horrors. What's all this archaic anatomy?
And Violet Amphitheater. I appreciate your follow. Thanks for clicking that follow button. Welcome. Anyway, Artemis, I hope you had a really good stream. And I've got a beard. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's good to see you. Artemis was doing some Dwarf Fortress. Wow. Not the world's biggest fortress, but maybe it's just early on in its ontogeny. Welcome, Artemis134. It's good to have you here. And Dr. Hubs, how are you doing? It's good to see you.
In these specimens, Marsh saw how birds gradually acquired their curved necks, their two-legged stance,
and we were talking about Compsognathus here. There we go.
Discovery was made in those same Bavarian quarries.
And
it was
cool,
the
Artemis.
skeleton
Related
of a
to geology?
tiny meat-eating
Awesome.
dinosaur called Compsognathus, and it was the first more or less complete skeleton of any dinosaur ever found. Compsognathus had a lot of traits that seemed bird-like. It had a curved neck, it stood on two legs, and it had 3 main toes. And we now think it might have even had
3 main toes on
hair-like
each foot.
feathers. But it was indisputably not a bird. It had very short arms instead of wings, and it had a pelvic bone called a pubis that pointed forward instead of backward as it does in birds. So Compsognathus was a non-avian dinosaur that looked kind of like a bird. Then in the 1870s, American paleontologist O.C. Marsh described 2 more species that illuminated the transition between dinosaurs and birds, found in late Cretaceous rocks from Kansas. One was Ichthyornis, which looked pretty much like a seagull, and the other was Hesperornis, which resembled a huge flightless loon. Ichthyornis was clearly avian. It had wings.
Hang on, did she show a Hesperornis illustration when she said Ichthyornis?
The ponderous Trachodon, 32 feet long and 14 feet high.
Well.
1,500 teeth, and not a single cavity.
And Rice, thank you for the follow.
Rampaging in an unsuspecting world.
My goodness.
Living creatures from the dawn of time.
Barbie Zodiac.
What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Barbie Zodiac, how was your stream?
Barbie Zodiac and their 51 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
Welcome, Barbie Zodiac and Raiders. How did the stream go? Iguanodon. Thank you, Mr. Morton Koopa, for the follow.
One of the most singular specimens I've encountered.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you
Enough
here.
about my work. What did you want to show?
And,
ontogeny.
Green Gobs, Space Grime, Mike Danger, and Serpent Globalist. How are you all doing?
First armored tank, you might say.
It's good to have you here.
That trunk is completely covered with thin.
Hello.
plates.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist.
Do you think dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones. You're smart.
We try hard.
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I never.
Poor John Oliver.
Dinosaurs.
Same one again.
Together correctly. The bones.
That doesn't happen often. Anyway.
You're smart.
Getting all kinds of alerts here from all these wonderful follows. Thank you, Alamex, for the follow too. Like I said, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on dinosaurs in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on.
What paleontology is like.
Dinosaurs are what I dig up during the summers. And I will be doing some live dinosaur digs in less than a month now, and live streaming it. I cannot wait for you to be able to see that. Let me show you a clip from last year when I was out there in the field digging up dinosaurs.
That guy was cool.
He was cool.
There we go.
We're mostly finished anyway. And we opened up the quarry today. So, welcome everybody. You are in for such a treat.
Yeah.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them.
forever.
Miss Caprikel, thank you for the Prime. I really appreciate that. You will not have to watch any ads until I'm back in the field again. I'll be out in Wyoming digging up dinosaurs again on like May 30th. Very, very excited for that. And we'll have hopefully some cool streams leading up to that as well, with visiting some fossil sites and museums and that kind of thing. So very excited. Anyway, since we've got a bunch of cool new people here who came in with Barbie Zodiac, you talked about reptiles and played some GeoGuessr. That is super cool, Barbie Zodiac. That sounds like a ton of fun. Let's get another shout out for Barbie Zodiac here. If that sounds interesting to you, talking about reptiles and playing GeoGuessr, sounds like my kind of stream. I'm gonna have to follow right here. Thank you, Barbie Zodiac, for the raid. Let me give you a follow right now. And follow. Excellent. Good stuff. Anyway, let me play a quick welcome video for all the cool new folks who have just showed up with Barbie Zodiac. I'm going to introduce you to a good friend of ours, somebody we call Previously Recorded Danny. He's, well, he's sneaking up behind me right now, actually, it looks like. So, we're going to turn things over to... Hold on! Goodness. He's very eager. He'll tell you a little bit about who I am, what my background is, how in the world a paleontologist arrived here on Twitch in the first place. So without further ado, Previously Recorded Danny, take it away.
Well, thanks, present-day Danny. Well, if you're new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You might be wondering to yourself, where's the video games? Well, my name's Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I don't really do too much in the way of video games, I guess. I work on dinosaurs. But how does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, I'll tell you. It all started when I moved to Montana right out of high school. In my first week there, I started working in the Paleo Lab at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was probably the greatest dinosaur museum on the planet. If you've ever seen any of the Jurassic Park movies, then you're more familiar with that institution and with my old boss than you may realize.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
It was in that program that Jack Horner built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. I learned a lot of that from Jack Horner's last graduate student, this guy, Denver Fowler, who would go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Under Denver, I did nearly a decade's worth of fieldwork, digging at hundreds of sites in the Upper Cretaceous, excavating literally hundreds of dinosaurs. Here's just a few highlights. In 2012, I discovered the world's oldest specimen of Gasmosaurus, hopefully soon to be published as a new species. In 2017, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
I've also been lucky enough to help collect another very important specimen, the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. And much like my fieldwork, my research is also centered on dinosaurs. Some of that deals with new genera and species, like this guy, Trurarchuncus, a bizarre little theropod from the very end of the age of dinosaurs, who was just published in July of 2020. I've got a few studies in the works right now, some of them focusing on dinosaur biogeography, and some others on behavioral functional morphology, basically looking at bizarre features of dinosaur skeletal anatomy and trying to figure out why those features evolved. And one of my current projects involves Spinosaurs. But I can't really talk about that until it's closer to publication, so don't ask me about it yet. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things were definitely on the decline in Montana, so I packed up and moved back to the West Coast. And I have been so much happier here. I've also realized that I have very little patience for the soul-deadening bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I've moved my career in a different direction. And lucky for me, it happens to pay a lot better too. I kind of stumbled my way into a job in early childhood education. I get to make a real difference in kids' lives and help instill a love of nature and a burning curiosity for the world around them. Then coronavirus descended, and the school shut its doors. But I wasn't about to let a global pandemic stop me and my students. We just moved online.
1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am.
Having made the jump to teaching remotely, it was only a short leap from there to Twitch. I started streaming in May of 2020, and it's been tremendously rewarding. Now, it's my belief that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about your science is one of the most important things a researcher can do. Twitch is kind of an ideal medium for that. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help out by continuing to watch, or if you can afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So, for my regular viewers, thank you for sitting through that again. And for everybody who's new, welcome. We've got a fantastic little community going here, and we'd be really happy if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Barbie Zodiac for that wonderful raid. Welcome, welcome. Let me know if you've got any questions. We are going to be, like the dinosaur transition into birds, we're going to be talking about theropod dinosaurs here and transitioning into talking about birds, because today, I was going to say today is Thursday Birds Day. Yesterday was supposed to be Thursday Birds Day, but we didn't get to that. We're going to call it Feather Friday instead. So, yeah, but as we do that, let's go back to this video, talking about why birds survived the extinction event at the end of the Age of Dinosaurs. Well, all the rest of the dinosaurs didn't. And frankly, most birds also didn't survive. It was something like 90% of bird species also went extinct when the asteroid hit. Only a handful survived, but we'll get into talking about why. Right here. Yeah, we were talking about dinosaurs like Compsognathus.
It stood on two legs and it had 3 main toes. And we now think it might have even had hair like feathers. But it was indisputably not a bird. It had very short arms instead of wings, and it had a pelvic bone called a pubis that pointed forward instead of backward as it does in birds. So Compsognathus was a non-avian dinosaur that looked kind of like a bird. Then in the 1870s, American paleontologist O.C. Marsh described 2 more species that illuminated the transition between dinosaurs and birds, found in late Cretaceous rocks from Kansas. One was Ichthyornis, which looked pretty much like a seagull.
She got this wrong. Yeah, this is Ichthyornis here. But this right here, come on. This is an illustration of Hesperornis, not Ichthyornis. So that's a goof from this video, actually. They kind of pooched that. Yeah, so here, let me show you Hesperornis skeleton. There you go. Hesperornis. That's Marsh's original Hesperornis illustration. Not Ichthyornis. This is Hesperornis, even though it's labeled Ichthyornis there. So that's a goof. A little bit of a goof there.
Looked pretty much like a seagull, and the other was Hesperornis, which resembled a huge flightless loon. Ichthyornis was clearly avian.
Yeah.
It had wings without claws,
An interesting
a short
valiant
tail,
cheese, cool.
and a large breastbone.
These
like
videos
most modern
are
birds do, but both.
By and large, these videos are stellar, and that's why we watch them. Usually, like once per stream at least, we'll watch a PBS Eons video. Excellent stuff, and I really recommend you follow them on YouTube. If you're not yet doing so, they do some excellent work, and there is a link to their page in the chat for you.
It and Hesperornis also had teeth, like most non-avian theropods did. So Marsh and other experts began to hypothesize that birds evolved from dinosaurs. In these specimens, Marsh saw how birds gradually acquired their curved necks, their two-legged stance, and their three toes. He saw modified arms transition to feathered wings, and the loss of claws and the long tail. Hesperornis and Ichthyornis were soon classified as ornithurans, a group of Mesozoic birds whose name means bird tail.
And so, some people are surprised to hear this, but birds lived alongside dinosaurs. Birds first evolved in probably like the Middle Jurassic period. I think a lot of folks have this idea that... Here, Here, let me find this. There we go. You remember this from Jurassic Park? Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, dinosaurs went extinct, except for a few small lineages of birds. It's not that, like, you had different kinds of dinosaurs evolving into different kinds of birds, and this happened as the asteroid hit or something like that. No, that's not how it went. Birds, as far as we can tell, all birds evolved from a single species of feathered theropod dinosaur. A critter that would have looked probably a lot like this guy right here, good old Anchiornis. This is not a bird. It's just a very, very bird-like dinosaur. Here, we'll watch a clip here. But, yeah, so Anchiornis, I think, is from the late Jurassic of China. This is around the same time that the first birds evolved, or maybe a little bit after. So it would have been a close relative of Anchiornis that evolved into what we call today birds. All birds seem to have stemmed from a single species of dinosaur, pretty close to this critter.
Eles viviam num reino perigoso.
What language is this? Can we find it in English, perhaps? Anchiornis. Life on our planets. Here we go. Here we go.
Being hunted.
Oh, does anybody recognize that voice? There's Sign Raptor there.
Sign Raptor.
It's like a Chinese Allosaurus.
And he's hungry.
Anchiornis. Anybody recognize that voice? It is, of course, from the popular video game series Fallout. It is, Gordon Freeman. There you go. Yeah. The man himself. Yeah. That's him. It's not Danny's voice, now Peter Steve's. Watch out, little Anchiornis. Watch out. The behavior in these critters is a little anthropomorphized.
And clumsy.
Uh-oh. End of the line.
The Cyan Raptor has her cornered. But Anchiornis has run here for a reason.
Yeah. I wish they'd showed the whole gliding part. We kind of missed that. Oh well. Anywho, but yeah, and Beard's got a great question. Do I think that pterosaur pycnofibers and dinosaur protofeathers evolved convergently? Is there a possibility that one of their common ancestors among the archosaurs had some sort of a similar structure? I don't really know. That's a great question. That's a matter of debate right now. Yeah. There, is this what I'm looking for here? Here we go. Yeah. There are some researchers who work on pterosaurs and dinosaurs who suspect that the fuzz of pterosaurs, what we've called pycnofibers up until this point, that might actually be homologous with dinosaur feathers. It could be that pterosaurs and dinosaurs both inherited a kind of hairy, feathery covering like this from their common ancestor. Because dinosaurs and pterosaurs share a recent common ancestor. They form the clade Ornithodira right here. These guys are fuzzy. These guys are fuzzy. These guys are fuzzy. So maybe their ancestor is where each of them got their fuzzy fuzz from. Fuzzy fuzz that in later dinosaurs would evolve into complex, veined, branching, asymmetric flight feathers like in modern birds. But it could be that feathers actually predate the dinosaurs. It could be that dinosaurs inherited feathers from their common ancestor with the pterosaurs. If the fuzz that pterosaurs had, that's been preserved in the fossil record, if this is homologous, if it is the same structure as the fuzzy covering of like Sinosauropteryx and other critters like this that had these kind of simple hair-like feathers, if that's the same thing, then that implies that it evolved in their common ancestor. But we don't really know yet. We don't really know yet. We're still figuring this out. It's still a matter of debate. Oh yeah. So Enlightened asks if they did, would all dinosaurs have had that covering then? Or at least the gene? Yeah. The idea there would be that feathers were ancestral to dinosaurs. That would be a basal trait. Something that all dinosaurs had ancestrally. And that maybe in later groups it was lost. In the same way that some dinosaur groups lose their teeth. Like birds don't have teeth anymore. Modern birds don't, at least. Ornithomimid dinosaurs lose their teeth. Some other groups of dinosaurs lose their teeth. It seems to be mostly theropods, actually, that lose their teeth. In the same way that they lost their teeth, some dinosaurs may have lost feathers, just didn't need them anymore. So they evolved away from that. They got rid of them. That might be the case for sauropods. That might be the case for marginocephalian dinosaurs, like the ceratopsians and pachycephalosaurs. May have been the case for thyreophorans. Maybe they lost their feathers. Or maybe they had feathers as hatchlings, and then they just lose those as they grow. Kind of like elephants. How elephants are born kind of hairy, and then they lose most of that hair later on in life. As they grow bigger, they don't need it for keeping warm anymore, so they lose it. Baby elephants tend to be hairier than adults. Now, this is kind of an example of ontogeny recapitulating phylogeny, where the young have like a primitive state like that they grow out of as they mature. That could be the case for dinosaurs too, with feathers. At this point, we can only really kind of guess at that. We don't have hard evidence one way or the other. At least not yet. But yeah. And Valiant Cheese says, I like that some birds changed their minds about teeth and grew serrated beaks. Oh yeah. Like Pelagornis and the other pelagornithid birds. They had what we call pseudo-teeth. Their ancestors lost teeth. No ability to grow socketed teeth anymore. But these guys actually developed these hard protrusions. These pointy protrusions that would come out of their dentary and their maxilla. And their premax, too. Pseudo-teeth. Just sharp points on their beak. It's almost like they kind of regretted having lost teeth earlier in the lineage. Yeah. No, wait, I've changed my mind. Teeth, please. This is Valiant Cheese. Yes. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, it's evolved, we think, for holding on to slippery fish. Because these were seabirds. And they would have needed that extra grip for holding on to their fishy prey. Cool animals. They're so neat. They're so neat. These guys are from long after the dinosaurs. Yeah. And geese that have serrated tongues, penguins too. Yeah, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah, you bet. So yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anywho, back to birds that actually had teeth. Birds like Hesperornis had socketed teeth. They actually had teeth in their jaws. In the front part of their lower jaw, and the back part, and then the back part of their upper jaw. They had teeth, and they would replace those teeth throughout their lives, just like their dinosaur ancestors. Pretty neat. Toothed birds were actually, like, they may have been the majority of birds back then, during the Cretaceous, had teeth. And when people like O.C. Marsh published this, it honestly, like, rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Here, yeah, take a look at the wrong button, at this.
Some of the congressmen were aghast to think that the federal government of the United States of America was paying more for science than any other nation in the world.
They took aim at the Department of Paleontology, headed by Marsh, who had spent government money collecting fossils and publishing expensive books.
One of the pieces of work that came to the attention of Congress was a book entitled Odontornithes, and that means birds with teeth.
Yep.
It was among Marsh's greatest scientific achievements, some of the best fossil evidence of evolution.
Incredibly important stuff.
But to his critics, it was evidence of something else, a waste of taxpayers' money.
There was one congressman, Hillary Herbert, from Alabama, who
That's a real piece of
never saw
work.
any good in this science stuff. And Herbert, on the floor, holds up this book. What are we doing? Financing books about birds with teeth.
Yeah.
Using birds with teeth as a rallying cry, Herbert turned Congress against Powell.
Yep, and then dissolved the Department of Paleontology and all this other stuff. This guy, the Senator Hillary Herbert, yeah, like I said, a real piece of work. Yeah, not a senator, member of the U.S. House of Representatives from Alabama. Oh boy. Yeah, he fought for the Confederacy during the Civil War. And, yeah, Herbert espoused racist views during his tenure in Congress. Surprise, surprise. Remember we were talking about how creationism is often associated with right-wing or often fascist beliefs? He opposed the Reconstruction Acts. Herbert vocally opposed the acts and any granting of suffrage to African Americans, speaking in Congress and claiming African Americans were unfit to have such rights. He claimed the granting of universal suffrage to black people was the mistake of the 19th century. So like I said, real piece of work. Not a good guy. Yeah.
Herbert turned Congress against Powell.
Yeah.
Lawmakers.
And it's not always the southern states. Holy cow, Hugin. It's a lot of northern states, too. You've got all kinds of awful stuff. Shoot, look no further than places like Montana or the Dakotas nowadays. Yeah. Shoot, after the Civil War, Indiana, I think, was the birthplace of the new Ku Klux Klan, wasn't it? It's not all southern states. Northern states share plenty of that blame, too. Holy cow. There's awful people all over the place. Don't want to single out southern states here, you know? Yeah.
Lawmakers cut Powell's budget in half, eliminating the Department of Paleontology. A terse telegram to Marsh delivered the bad news. He immediately lost all of his survey funding and staff.
Yeah.
He had to mortgage his house to Yale and ask for a salary to make ends meet.
Anywho, yeah. It's, maybe not altogether surprising, but it's still really disheartening how anti-science, how hostile to science people can be, especially in government, you know, and especially among crooked politicians. Yeah. But yeah, there you go, Diagonal, yeah. Good point. Good point. Anyway, and there you go, Charles Tracking, yeah, yes indeed. But yeah, anyway. And I'm not, Fall Machine, I'm not really in favor of anybody losing rights. Privileges, maybe, but you know, I think everybody deserves rights, regardless of their background, of their heritage, even of their politics, to a point, you know? I'm not in favor of, you know, cuddling up to Nazis or anything like that. Like many U.S. politicians and several captains of industry seem to be keen on doing. Look at you, Elon Musk. But, I don't know. Even people with odious political beliefs, I believe, still should have health care. They should still have economic help if they need it. Everyone should have that. That's a core belief of mine, you know? Even Nazis deserve health care. If it were up to me, they'd need it. But, you know, that's a core belief of mine, is that there are basic human rights that I think all people are entitled to. So, yeah. Yeah. And Golganek makes a good point. Enlightenment is always a possibility, however remote. That's the thing, is that more that you make society hostile and, you know, every man for himself, you know, economics red in tooth and claw, the more that you empower people like fascists and Nazis, etc. Like, those people thrive under conditions like that, under dire economic straits. Look at what's happening in Europe right now. You know, as inequality increases, you've got like a growing fascist movement in places like Italy, in places like Germany, places like the UK. The worse things get, and the more the social safety net is torn asunder, The more people fall through the cracks and the more they are led to extremist beliefs. And way to fight against that is to help people out, to make sure that everyone has a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Everybody has the right to live a good life. You take that away, that's when fascism thrives. That's what we're seeing here in the U.S. too. Anyway, but yeah, birds with teeth became a rallying cry for anti-science people in the late 1800s, back in the 1890s, and yeah, part of it was that people with progressive politics really didn't like this idea of evolution. Birds with teeth are a wonderful illustration of evolution.
These ancient birds had short tails instead of the longer bony tail of Archaeopteryx. Most of them also had teeth, and they tended to live on the ground. We know this because they were usually found in environments near shorelines instead of inland forest, and they didn't have the adaptations that are associated with perching, like curved foot claws or claws on the wings. So by the late 1800s, many scientists believed that it was this group, the ornithurans, that gave rise to today's birds. They didn't know what happened to their teeth, but they did know the connection was there. But still, not everyone was convinced that birds derived from dinosaurs at all.
Yeah, we'll get into this because it's funny. That was kind of the original idea, is that like, oh yeah, shoot, where did birds come from? It had been a big mystery. We started finding these very bird-like dinosaurs and very dinosaur-like birds. In the late 1800s, it was like, wow, this looks like a done deal. Birds evolved from dinosaurs. That's what Othniel Charles Marsh thought. Old O.C. Marsh was one of the people who was like a big advocate of this idea. And later in the early 1900s, you had some European scientists who pushed against this idea, and you're about to see that here. A Starling fan says, Danny, I've asked this before, not sure if you read and answered, but do the recent Spinosaur publications have any bearing on or effect on your planned output? Yeah, so Starling fan, I have had to revise my manuscript pretty much every time that a new Spinosaur paper has come out, because I want to be able to cite just about everybody. I want to be very fair about that. But it's been really cool. A lot of the stuff that's come out recently has it's funny, they're coming to the same conclusions that we've had for the past 5 or 6 years. So it's cool that other researchers are kind of slowly coming to the same conclusions that we've come to. And so it seems like independent research is confirming some of these ideas. So yeah, very excited about that. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
In the early 20th century, some researchers,
And
led by
we'll get to that.
Paleo
We'll get to
artist
that.
Gerhard Heilmann, argued that the similarities between Compsognathus and birds were convergent, and that birds evolved from some other mystery reptile. It wasn't until 1970 that, quite by accident, paleontologist John Ostrom came across the key that would unlock the origin of birds. He was studying fossils of pterosaurs from the same German limestones that produced Archaeopteryx and Compsognathus. But one of these fossils was not from a pterosaur as many had thought. It turned out to be the hand of an animal that was very similar to Archaeopteryx. Actually, for a long time, Ostrom and others thought it was an Archaeopteryx. But in 2017, it was redescribed and assigned to a new genus named after Ostrom himself. Now,
And yeah, it might still be Archaeopteryx.
the hand of this animal looked just like the hand of a non-avian dinosaur that Ostrom had uncovered just a few years earlier in Montana called Deinonychus. Both animals had short thumbs, long second fingers, and third fingers of medium length. And in both specimens, most bones in the wrist were fused together into a half-moon-shaped block that allowed for movement from side to side, but not up and down. Living birds have this same half-moon feature in
called
their
the semilunate
wrist, which they
carpal.
use to fold their wings. So Ostrom's discovery revived the theory that birds evolved from small theropod dinosaurs. And yet we had no idea how incomplete our understanding
Gravity,
was
yes.
until the 1980s and 90s, when dozens of new new fossil discoveries showed us how truly diverse birds were in the Mesozoic. Most of the fossils found around this time belonged to a whole new lineage of extinct birds that we didn't know even existed. They came to be called the enantiornithines, or opposite birds, which is a terrible name because they totally were birds. They were only called opposite birds because one of their shoulder joints was the reverse of what's seen in living birds. But unlike the ornithurans, which mostly lived on the ground, these opposite birds mostly lived in the trees. Their fossils were commonly found in rocks that formed in ancient forests, and most of them had curved claws like perching birds do today. And these turned out to be the most common and diverse group of birds in the whole Mesozoic era, filling many of the same roles as modern birds. For example, Bohyornis may have hunted small vertebrates 120 million years ago in ancient China, and it lived alongside Longipteryx, a perching bird with a long snout that may have dove for fish from tree branches like kingfishers do today. Most of these opposite birds had teeth and clawed fingers, and instead of having a fan of feathers in their tails, they had blunt rear ends that sometimes sported just 2 long ribbon-like feathers. So it was clear to scientists that these opposite birds belonged to a different lineage than the likes of Hesperornis, Ichthyornis, and the other ornithurans. Meanwhile, experts were also making some important discoveries about the ornithurans too, especially what happened to their teeth. For example, in the early 2000s, Chinese researchers reported finding the oldest fossil evidence of a toothless bird. They named it...
And we actually have one that's even older than this now, too. It just came out, I think, a few weeks ago. I forget what it was called. It was like... It's not Jingfangopteryx. It's... shoot, who is it? Let's look this up. Here... Toothbird fossil. I think this might be it here. Yeah, the protobird lived some 120 million years ago and did not have teeth. Oh, it's one of the first toothless birds. Okay. Yeah. Cool stuff. I'll give you a link to this. There you go. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, one of the points I was going to make, but I got sidetracked, is this. That's why we showed that clip from Jurassic Park. Do you really think all the dinosaurs turned to birds? No. Only one species of dinosaur evolved into all of our modern birds. And that was somewhere probably in like the later part of the Middle Jurassic period. Probably about 160 million years ago, 165, 170, something like that. We haven't found the very, very earliest bird yet, but I bet you, just give it a, 5 or 10 years, we will probably have an earlier bird than Archaeopteryx coming out of like Middle Jurassic strata in China, I would guess. Cross your fingers, and if it's going to happen anywhere, it's probably going to happen in China. Wealth of fossils there. Many of the rocks are the right age. Yeah. So birds first evolved kind of less than even halfway through the age of dinosaurs. In like the Middle Jurassic. And they continue to evolve throughout the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods till the asteroid hits there. And then almost all of them die out 66 million years ago at the end of the Maastrichtian stage of the Upper Cretaceous. The very end of the Mesozoic era. Almost all of the birds go extinct. Only a handful survive.
No other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
But Hugin does. Yeah.
This is hands down the best dinosaur-centric content on the whole internet.
I really appreciate that, Hugin. That is high praise. Thank you. I don't even know what to say. Thank you very, very much for your ongoing support. 19 months now at Tier 2. Thank you, Hugin, for making this possible through your ongoing support. It means a lot to me. Thank you. Holy cow. Yeah. Good stuff. And Enlightened Tight says, is Xu Xing the foremost expert on feather evolution these days? He's up there, yeah. I know Xu Xing has done some incredible work. I don't know if I could name one singular person who's at the leading edge of fossil feather research. Chuxing is definitely pushing that frontier forward. But so are people like Jingmei O'Connor. There's a number of other people working in China right now. Yeah. I don't want to give one person that crown. Science is a collaborative endeavor, as you well know. We're not in it for fortune and glory as scientists. We're in it for learning about the natural world, solving these mysteries about the evolution of life on Earth. And there's a lot of very cool people who are working very, very hard to figure that out within the context of bird evolution. Lower jaw from a Cretaceous parrot. Is this that diagonal? I don't think this turned out to be legit. Yeah. What journal is this from? Yeah, this is almost certainly from a theropod dinosaur rather than a parrot. I don't think parrots show up until long after the KPG extinction. But yeah, leading edge being a flight term. Yes, indeed, Valiant Cheese. Yes, indeed. Anyway. Yeah. And wait, this is a UCMP specimen? From the Lance Formation? Wait, what? Lance Formation parrot? I've never heard of this before. Huh. Thomas Stidham? Yeah. The discovery of this parrot in the Lance Formation indicates the lineage leading to the parrot crown group was present by the end of the Cretaceous. I'm not an expert in bird evolution. This is outside of my realm of expertise. I wonder if this has been well accepted by people who specialize in birds. One way that sometimes I check into this kind of thing is either to talk to somebody, who works on these things, or just kind of try and take the temperature of the literature. Yeah. Good place to do that is often Wikipedia. Origins and evolution of Psittaciformes, the parrots. And there we go. Fossil dennary of specimen UCMP 143274, restored as a parrot, left, or an oviraptorosaur. Scarcity of parrots in the fossil record presents difficulties in confirming the hypothesis that they've evolved in Gondwana. Molecular studies suggest that parrots evolved approximately 59 million years ago, but molecular studies, big whoop, There's a lot that can go wrong with those. Yeah, thought to be the oldest fossil parrot, is presumed to have originated from the late Cretaceous period, makes it about 70 years old. However, other studies suggest that this fossil is not from a bird, but from a scenognathed oviraptorosaur, non-avian dinosaur with a bird-like beak. Several details of the fossil used to support its identity as a parrot are not actually exclusive to parrots, and it is dissimilar to the earliest known unequivocal fossil parrots. It is generally assumed that Psittaciformes were present during the Cretaceous Paleogene extinction event, so they'd already evolved during the Cretaceous. Interesting. I didn't know that. They were probably generalized arboreal birds. So that would mean that this is one of those bird lineages that actually existed at the time. Interesting. So, is this actually a parrot lower jaw right here? Or is it not? It looks like we actually need more fossils in order to be able to confirm or falsify this. Interesting. Thank you for sending it, Diagonal. I was not aware of this specimen. Maybe I should go to see it next time I'm poking through the collections at UCMP. Yeah, interesting. It was certainly a controversial paper, yeah. Fascinating stuff. It goes to show with the evolution of birds, there's still a lot of mysteries. We're surrounded by mysteries on all sides. And that's exciting. There's so much left to learn. Very cool. Very, very cool. Here, let's continue with this right here.
Confucius ornis, and it lived 130 million years ago, way back in the early Cretaceous. And the strangest thing was, Confucius ornis was neither an enantiornithine or an ornithurin. It turned out that toothlessness was a convergent trait that showed up in lots of different groups at different times.
Probably shouldn't be super
opposite
surprising.
Birds didn't have teeth, and some early ornithurins didn't either. So where did their teeth go? Well, for a long time, scientists thought that birds lost their teeth to make their bodies lighter. But now we know that some toothed birds were able to fly, so it wasn't like having teeth was keeping them on the ground. As more fossils of Mesozoic birds were found, more clues started to present themselves. For instance, experts began to notice that even though most ancient birds had teeth, they tended to have fewer teeth than their dinosaur ancestors. And fossils also revealed that birds started to have fewer teeth after they developed gizzards. Gizzards are a muscular part of the stomach where, with the help of swallowed pebbles, birds can grind up their food. So with the advent of gizzards at least 120 million years ago, the need for teeth started to fade. And as birds' teeth changed, so did their beaks. Most opposite birds retain teeth at the very front of their mouths. But in the ornithurins, that same area became covered in keratinous beak tissue, while they kept their teeth that were further back in the jaw. Now, some experts think that replacing teeth with beak tissue may have had something to do with making it easier to eat certain foods, like seeds. But another theory proposed in 2018 suggests that beaks may have been more advantageous for baby birds. Teeth take a long time to grow in developing embryos, but if you shorten that step or cut it out altogether, then eggs can hatch earlier, and the shorter a bird's incubation time is, the less vulnerable its young will be to predators. So birds may have lost their teeth for many reasons, but one thing we know for sure is that in the Cretaceous, teeth disappeared in the group of ornithurins that would give rise to today's birds. These are the neornithines. Their fossils are still very rare, but in the past couple of decades, paleontologists have found bones of the very earliest members of this group. One of the best known is a 68 million-year-old duck relative from Antarctica called Vagavus, and its remains show us that even by the
Dr. Hub says I show this video to my students. Very cool. Yeah, this is it's pretty excellent one. PBS Eons does great work. They really do.
It was already well adapted to swimming and diving. So today we finally have enough fossils of different kinds of birds to know that about 66 million years ago there were both toothed birds and toothless birds from many different groups, and generally they were all doing just fine. Until the Cretaceous period ended in extinction. There were many causes behind the extinction event that killed off the non-avian dinosaurs.
There's a primary cause. We think it was a giant rock from outer space the size of San Francisco slamming into the Gulf of Mexico at an obscene speed with an unfathomable amount of force. Just, oh man, just absolute headshot. Just awful. That seems to have really been the kicker. Sure, there were volcanic eruptions happening at the same time, but the number of paleontologists and geologists who think that that was like the main cause of extinction or even a significant contributing factor, that number seems to be in decline. There seems to be an ever-growing consensus that it was the asteroid that was really the KO blow there. KO, killed opponent, you know? Yeah.
But when it came to birds, and most everything else, the worst was probably the asteroid impact in the Gulf of Mexico. The impact set off huge fires that destroyed entire forests and vaulted dust into the atmosphere, probably blocking much of the sunlight for years.
KT, or the
for
KPG,
birds,
yeah.
odds of
KPGO,
have come down to a number of factors, including how big they were, where they lived, and what they ate. For example, if you lived in trees like most opposite birds did, you were in the worst possible place in the aftermath of the impact. Not only was your habitat...
Neverwinter says fatality. Yes, indeed. Do I,
Denied. Rampage.
I don't have a fatality one. How about this?
Oh, baby, a triple! Oh, yeah!
More than a triple. There's so many different groups of critters that were really hard hit. Birds almost went completely extinct. Mammals almost went completely extinct. Lizards and snakes almost went completely extinct. The Sphenodontians almost went completely extinct, too. Non-avian dinosaurs did go completely extinct. So did plesiosaurs. So did mosasaurs. So did, well, it turns out the marine crocodiles may have made it through. And the ammonites, apparently, a few species of ammonite also made it through the KPG extinction. I was just talking with a colleague who he's about to start his master's degree studying ammonites, and he was telling me that no, in places like Italy, there are actually a few species of ammonite that make it across the boundary into the Paleocene. And then they go extinct shortly thereafter that. But yeah. And marsupials did evolve before the extinction event. Yes, Ungoy, but they also got hit pretty hard. There were a bunch of marsupials, or metatherians, I'll say. I don't know if they're crown group marsupials, but like stem marsupials. They were hit pretty hard by this too. Monotremes as well, almost wiped out at the KPG. Yeah. And Salamander says, Liz said the deep ocean may have been relatively undisturbed by the impact. Yeah, I would imagine. If you've got ecosystems that are not reliant on photosynthesis, if in the deep oceans your food web is tied to like hydrothermal vents or marine snow or something like that, if you're mostly a detrital feeder like nautiloids, nautilus, you're probably going to do a bit better than your ammonite buddies, who are probably mostly all going to die when you have a food web collapse like that. So yeah. But yeah. Yeah, Salamander, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And yeah, the Thoracosaurus, yes indeed, Alexander Morrison. Which is weird, like why did they survive? But it might have been being a detrital feeder. Yeah. Anywho. And HD says these are, yes, percent of species from these different clades that died out. Although non-avian dinosaurs are not a clade. That's a grade. It would have to include birds to be a proper clade, but yeah. 90% of mammal species died out, approximately. 92% of lizards and snake species. 22% of turtles. 40% of freshwater fishes. 20% of crocs and champsosaurs. 22% of salamanders and newts. 94% of the bird species extinct at the boundary. And those species that survived, it could have been their numbers were dropped down to almost zero. There were just a handful of lucky survivors that were able to kind of repopulate the Earth after that. So out of the 6% of the bird species that survived, maybe 90% or more of their individual numbers were also wiped out. Yeah. But yeah. Luckless Jack says, so if the water was largely undisturbed, it was not. No, you had massive extinctions in marine settings as well. Yeah, like, all of the species that you see, for instance, in this little lovely vignette, all of these guys died out at the KPG, it seems. I don't think any of these species survived. These different ammonites.
Of the baby ammonites that escaped the rock pools, less than 1 in 100 has survived several months at sea.
And it might be that these guys, ammonites,
few have been particularly lucky.
Go almost entirely extinct at the boundary, maybe because they're moving through different niches.
To an ideal place to live.
Denver Fowler had an idea about this. I don't think he's published it yet. He needs to do that. It's important stuff. Yeah.
Here, shoals of ammonites occur in a surprising variety of sizes and shapes.
Yeah. These are all different kinds of ammonites here. Wildly different in their morphologies.
This strange 6-foot-long giant is Baculites,
Almost 2
which
meters
feeds
long.
near the sea floor. And
there we go.
almost matching it in size, Diplomoceras.
Diplomoceras.
Shaped like a giant paperclip.
Wild. Nuts.
They all flourish here, thanks to an abundance of food.
It's like a trombone, Lenny. Yeah.
Plankton, small crustaceans.
Prehistoric Clippy.
Some.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, he goes, I see you're doing a live stream about ammonites. Would you like some help with that? Yeah.
Small crustaceans. Some even eat fish.
Such cool critters. Gotta love ammonites.
These hatchlings are beginning to acquire the extraordinary shape they will have when they are mature. The protruding spiral identifies them as young Nostosaurus.
An interesting diagonal. Zostera, that clade was around in the Cretaceous?
These are adult Nostosaurus.
Wild that they changed that much through ontogeny.
In deeper waters.
Yeah. And cool, yeah, go collect some ammonites. That sounds awesome. Sort, yeah, not a ton of Mesozoic fossils in Norway. I think the only dinosaur ever found in Norway was actually found offshore from an offshore
Ammonites have been thriving
oil drilling
in
rig.
these prehistoric oceans
Platyosaurus.
For almost 400 million years.
And all of these critters, except for a handful of species. All of these guys die out at the end of the Cretaceous when the asteroid hits. That's why I'm showing you this. This incredible assortment of different shapes and sizes, varieties of ammonites. Beautiful in their diversity. Almost all of them go extinct when that asteroid hits. Almost all of them. It seems like there might just be a few ammonite species that survived the KPG extinction. Here. Ammonoidea, evolutionary history. Yeah, some reports suggest that a few ammonite species may have persisted into the very early Danian stage of the Paleocene, so just after the end of the Cretaceous, before going extinct. Yeah, short-term survival of ammonites in New Jersey after the end Cretaceous bolide impact. Interesting idea. I wonder... This could also be an artifact of just having the wrong... misplacing the KPG boundary. That's possible here. Yeah, a section containing the KPG in Monmouth County, New Jersey, preserves a record of ammonites extending from the Cretaceous into possibly the beginning of the Danian. It could be that they just have the wrong spot for the... They could be misplacing the boundary there. Could be the boundary's actually a little bit higher. It does happen. I've seen it happen in the Hell Creek. I've seen stratigraphers get a little bit confused and say, oh, we found a dinosaur fossil above the KPG boundary. And it turns out they're looking at a different coal. That's not the Z coal. It's not the KPG. It happens. So, yeah. And you've collected fossils in Monmouth County, New Jersey. Very cool, Neverwinter. Very, very cool. Awesome. Awesome. Anywho, back to our video about the birds and how they managed to mostly survive well, not mostly, a few species managed to survive when most of them died out.
And what they ate. For example, if you
could be
lived in
reworked too,
trees
never went to,
like
yeah.
most opposite birds did,
Interesting
you were
idea.
in the worst possible place in the aftermath of the impact. Not only was your habitat suddenly gone, but if you ate plants, it would be weeks or months before any new growth would be available. And if you ate meat, there was almost nothing around to hunt. But if you were smaller and lived on the forest floor, there's a chance you could have found shelter. And it might have been a lot easier for you to find food, like seeds on the ground. Likewise, if you were aquatic, your habitat and your food supply might have been less disturbed by the fires.
But that's a bad image to show right there, unfortunately, because hesperornithid birds, I think, went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous, alongside the pterosaurs. I think all these guys died out at the end of the Cretaceous period. So she says water birds. I think she means freshwater, almost like galliform birds, like ducks and geese. I think.
By the fires.
Yeah.
So out of what may have been thousands of species of dinosaurs living at the end of the Cretaceous, only 3 groups of neornithines had that perfect survivors combination of being small.
And Liaro, somebody's excited for the stream here. Get it? Liaro, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
So out of what may have been thousands of species of dinosaurs living at the end of the Cretaceous, only 3 groups of neornithines had that perfect survivors combination of being small, ground-dwelling or aquatic, and seed-eating. One of these lineages was the Paleognathes, which today include radites like ostriches and emus, as well as adorable South American birds called tinamou.
Yeah, and if anybody gifts 10 gift subs, you might get a chance to meet a tinamou bird in our alerts here. Not saying anybody has to, but that's a tinamou in that alert.
The Galloancerans also survived, like Vegavus and its kin, possibly thanks to their aquatic lifestyle. Today they include chickens, ducks, and other kinds of fowl. And the third lineage is the Neoavians, which includes essentially every other living bird. Free of competition from the tree-dwelling opposite birds, a lot of Neoavians quickly took to life in the trees at the dawn of the Cenozoic. These birds all have diverse diets and habitats today. But by analyzing the earliest known members of each group, scientists have found that the last common ancestor of all living birds was indeed a ground-dwelling seed eater. Each of these 3 lineages might have only had a handful of species at the time of the extinction, but they are the ancestors of roughly 10,000 species of birds that are alive today.
Yeah, again, how many species of living birds?
Over 9,000!
Yeah, a lot. A lot.
But they are the ancestors of roughly 10,000 species of birds that are alive today. There are many things we have yet to learn about the story of birds, but our understanding has grown tremendously since that lovely fossil of a feather was first discovered in Germany more than 150 years ago. And just within my own lifetime, a wealth of bird fossils have been discovered that are only beginning to reveal the wonderfully weird and diverse world of the Mesozoic, when birds had teeth.
Awesome stuff. From PBS Eons here. Really lovely. Let me give you a link. Excellent video. There you go. Yeah. Diagonal says birds are almost as diverse as mosses. I saw some very cool mosses today, Diagonal. When Lordy and I took a little trip into the city. And here's me posing with some tree ferns in Golden Gate Park, and we also got to visit the beautiful Conservatory of Flowers, where I got to see all kinds of cool cycads there. Lovely, lovely gymnosperms. Like this one right here, cardboard cycad, Zamia furfuracea. Anyway, plants, super cool. The City by the Bay, HD? You bet. Yeah. If you're going to San Francisco, yeah, for those who come to San Francisco, be sure to put some flowering bodies of angiosperm plants in your hair. Anyway, and yeah, Diagonal says, I miss being able to hop a train over to the Cal Academy in the Botanical Garden. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. And there you go, HD. Yeah. In the film Star Trek IV, Revenge of the Whales. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And... Oh, Claire, are you not feeling well? I'm sorry to hear that, Claire. Who's not feeling well? And do we theorize that birds re-evolve to fly? No, it seems like once bird groups lose the ability to fly, they never regain it. But ostriches and emus and the other rat-types like that, they evolved from ancestors who could fly. And tinamou birds still can fly to a certain extent. They're not strong flyers, but they can still fly. In the same way that, like, quails can fly. You know? Yeah. And Rundown Friday? I'm sorry to hear that, Claire. That's lousy. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, feel better soon, Claire Byrne. Hope you're able to get some rest this weekend. Anywho, today is indeed Thursday Birds Day. And, let's go ahead and get into that, shall we? Actually, yesterday was Thursday Birds Day. Today is Feather Friday. Because it's Friday. We didn't get to talking about the birds yesterday. But we're going to do that right now. So, pretend it's Thursday. And we'll start up Thursday Birds Day here. Let's do it.
Hold on. Something's coming. Something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
Thursday Birds Day.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birds Day is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birds Day?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord, and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birds Day is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birds Day!
Happy Thursday Birds Day indeed, everyone, or happy Feather Friday. Again, we didn't get to our birds yesterday on Thursday, so we're doing it on Friday today. Let's take a look at some of those birds submitted by members of this community here in the Discord. Here we go. First one is from Alexander Morrison here. Grackles and sparrows feasting on some carb-rich food. Muffin, biscuit, buns. Brian Eng's music returns, this time with a new track. Here, let's take a look at that in a minute. I want to let this song... I don't think I have a way to pause this. So we'll finish this song first. We've got to do our Thursday Birds Day song first. We'll return to this, Alexander Morrison. We'll return. I want to give it its due with the music and everything. Tarquin's got some bird calls, I think, from a mockingbird. Wish I could have gotten closer, but I didn't want to scare them off. We'll return to this one, too. Mizzard Rules, Miss Yvette says, video of ducks in my pool and a crow trying to tell them to go away. This is my turf. Look at them. Good stuff. Yeah. Wow, sweet digs here. Lovely habitat for some ducks. Yeah. It's great. Yeah. Nice stuff. Nice stuff. Thank you, Ms. Yvette. It's a nicer pull than Tony's. You know, Ms. Yvette. And waste management. Environmental cleanup. Yeah. And Lenina's got a cardinal picking seeds out of the grass in the backyard in the rain. Can you spot him? Yeah, right there. Bigfoot Valley, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Thanks for dropping in there. Appreciate it, Bigfoot Valley. Welcome, welcome to the channel. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, there's our cardinal right there, looks like. Ooh, heavy rain down there in Texas. Wonder if he's pulling a robin and pulling out some worms to eat. Tasty, tasty annelids. Very cool, Lenina. Very, very cool. Good stuff. The sun goes on. It does, Valiant Cheese, for a minute. We'll stop soon. He really stood out in person? Yeah, Lenina, I believe it. I love the sound of the rain here, too. Always love that sound. Good stuff. Good stuff. Now let's scroll back up as promised. Alexander Morrison. We've got grackles and sparrows eating some breads with Brian Eng's music here. I love the addition of the music. Good stuff. I love it. Excellent. Thank you again. The Theropod feeding frenzy. We've got some grackles, and we've got... Is that a brewer's blackbird? It's probably another grackle. And we've got what looks like to be a house sparrow right there. Pretty bold. Little male house sparrow. Nice. Yeah. Good stuff. Cool, Alexander Morrison. Thank you for posting. And Tarquin had some bird calls here. Maybe a mockingbird? Let's listen. I don't know. That's not a mockingbird right there. That could be a mockingbird that we're hearing? I don't know. The mockingbird, sometimes it's hard to tell, given their proclivity for imitation. That looks like some kind of little sparrow, or maybe a house finch? I don't know. I don't know. No, that could be a mockingbird. Shoot, the way the tail went up like that, that could very well be a mockingbird. Yeah, I see it now. That is a mockingbird. What am I saying? That's definitely a mockingbird. Nice. Very, very cool. Yeah. And hello to you, Silver Red Fox Gaming. Welcome to Thursday Birds Day, or rather, Feather Friday. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you for posting there, Tarquin. Excellent. That is a mockingbird. And Ms. Art rules here. Ms. Yvette, let's listen for that crow. And there's the crow there. See him. Yeah, cool stuff, Ms. Yvette. Thank you, thank you. Excellent. And then here, let's listen to the rain here. I love that sound. Love it. I'm really looking forward to being able to enjoy rain a little bit in the field this year. I got since we had such wonderful support last Friday, I splurged and I actually got myself a new tent. My tent last year, I skimped on it a little bit. I thought I'd save myself some money and get a knockoff spring bar tent. It didn't work out so well. So I got myself a new tent this year, and it just arrived on Wednesday. I got myself a proper spring bar tent, with the hopes that it will last me for years and years and years. Yeah. You know, it's like this. Anyway, this is not an ad. It's just good tent. This is what Jim and Don use. And I've finally upgraded to this. So, not the knockoff Mesa tent. Instead, a proper brand name spring bar manufactured in Salt Lake City, United States. Salt Lake City, Utah. Yeah. Anyway. We'll see if it holds up. Because, yeah, last year my tent got kind of wrecked in the field. Anyway, Lenina, your post reminded me of this. My tent leaked last year, too. Really hoping that this new one doesn't do that, and I'll actually be able to enjoy rain in the field for once, to the extent that it's possible to enjoy rain in the field. Yeah. Anyway, and the sandstorm did your top support, right? Yeah, Clipper, it bent the top tube on the tent. Just folded it like a taco. It was frustrating. I've got some photos of that somewhere here. Yeah, so one of the storms bent it a bit. So instead of being straight across, it looked like that. And Arthur, Arthur X2, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I straightened it out as best I could and got it like that. And then later on, during another storm, it just got bent like this. Yeah, because the thing is, it's under tension in the center. The spring bar tents actually have a metal sleeve that goes over this, so you can't get this kind of bending. Or at least not without a tremendous amount more force. This one here, it just bent. Ugh. Yeah. Lousy. Not a great design. So the tent ended up like this. Yeah, which also broke the little desk that I had inside too. It broke some of the welds holding together the metal frame of the desk that I had in there. But I was able to borrow an extra metal pole from our big garage setup, and then I used some mechanics wire to kind of use it like a splint across here. And then I was able to get the tent standing again using that, but yeah. Those Rocky Mountain storms can do a real number on tents, and so yeah. Yeah. Burrows, next time you gotta dig a burrow, it would have been flooded, I'm going. But yeah. And Arthur says, hello, I'm a Brazilian paleontology lover. Well, welcome, welcome, Arthur. I would say bienvenidos, but that's Spanish. Hablo un poquito de español, pero no hablo portugués. Lo siento. I don't speak any Portuguese. But welcome, Arthur, to Paleontologizing. It is, it's wonderful to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, streaming to you live from right here in the sunny San Francisco Bay Area. This is where I am. This is my home. This is where I stream from when it's not summertime. But during the summers...
Anyway, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I stream dinosaur paleontology here on Twitch.
Yep.
It is my honor and privilege to be able to share fossil science with all of you, including fieldwork like this. I'm streaming right now via satellite. There's the Starlink dish right there. And yeah, I wanted to do something unique to kind of not just tell, but show people how dinosaur paleontology works. How do we find dinosaurs? How do we dig them up? How do we get them out of the ground and back to the laboratory? That's what this is all about. So welcome, everybody. And I should also acknowledge everybody who's made this possible through their financial support, through subscribing and gifting and cheering and everything else.
All that good
I could
stuff.
not do this without all of you, so thank you very, very much.
Super important.
Crew.
Yeah. Going down to the quarry.
Some of you will recognize some of our crew members from Wyoming. We're back with us.
Yeah.
So let's go see what we're up to. This is our quarry that we were digging in last year. So we just reopened this today, and we're trying to get rid of a bunch of the new overburden that's come in. Overburden are the rocks and dirt and crud above the bone layer. So in order to be able to actually get down to the dinosaur bones, first we got to remove all the stuff that's above it, the overburden.
Yeah, and so be doing more of this summer. I will be in Wyoming at the end of this month. As you see here, we were already on Friday the 3rd. On Thursday the 30th, we plan on leaving for fieldwork in Wyoming, setting up camp, and hopefully I can do a stream that day. We'll see. But yeah, Thursday, May 30th, I'll be out there in Wyoming digging up dinosaurs in the late Cretaceous Almond Formation. That continues through the entire month of June. I'm gonna see if I can stream almost every day, but this will be a live, real deal dinosaur dig. This is not some sort of Mickey Mouse pay-to-dig situation. This is collecting fossils for science. And so streaming sometimes has to take a back seat to that. That's fine. So I don't know if I'll be able to stream every day, but I'll stream as often as I can. And then, July, got a bit of a hiatus there. I'll be traveling a little bit, maybe coming back to the Bay Area for a few days. And then, after that, back out to Utah, where I'll be digging from this area, again, in this area, same quarry, from mid-July through about mid-August. So, I'm excited about that. What a wonderful opportunity for some science outreach. I'm incredibly privileged to be able to do this. I'm so excited to be able to take you on a live dinosaur dig. It's going to be excellent. It's going to be excellent. Yeah. Anywho, and yeah, I don't think we'll be doing Thursday Birds Day in the field, Charcone. I probably won't have time for that when I'm out there. But we'll bring Thursday Birds Day back in about mid-August as I, yeah, shoot. Let me alter these so they say Thursday Birds Day. There we go. August. Birthday of Ray Bradbury. Plus Thursday Birds Day. Birdsday. There we go. Good stuff. Thursday, Brad's Birdsey Day. There you go, HD. Yeah. Yeah. Thursday, Birdsday will go on sabbatical. Yes, indeed, Batman. Yes, indeed. Anywho, let's get back to our Thursday, Birdsday birds. Thank you again, Lenina, for posting this lovely cardinal there. Yeah. And cicadas will be out there? I don't think so, Salamander. We don't get a whole lot of critters out there in Utah. It's a little too dry. We've got some Branta canadensis right here. Canada geese. Some goslings. Very cool. Majestic biscuit. It's beautiful. Look at those Canada geese. Lovely. These are some of the largest birds that you might encounter up close in like an urban, suburban, or even ex-urban setting. They're probably the largest birds that most people have direct experience with. And sometimes that experience is verging on hostile. Goose intimidates soldiers.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Couldn't see. Yeah.
Yes.
And Jack's facts. Listen to that hot new sound. Jack's facts, how are you doing? How was your stream? I hope it was really good.
New sound for their 3 listeners.
Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's excellent to have you here. Holy cow. Good stuff. Tell me how your stream went. I want to hear about it if you'd like to tell me about it. Good stuff. Good stuff. Here, we just got a Canada goose submitted by Majestic Biscuit. Rather, 4 Canada geese. 2 adults, 2 goslings there. And, yeah, it turns out even the U.S. Armed Forces are no match for the fury of a Canada goose.
Yes.
We do have swans in the U.S., but they're not as common as Canada geese.
Yeah, I kept trying to tell him, don't stop, just keep walking. Yeah, Steve is angry today.
Are these Marines or are they soldiers?
He's just gonna walk in.
I don't see any rank insignia. I would guess Marines, but I'm not totally sure. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about the goose that conquered America. Here's a lovely video from Vox.
I want to talk to you. Excuse me. I just have a few questions. This is a Canada goose, and these birds have taken over the United States of America.
Conquered us. They're an occupying force.
Well, it's Canada goose, not Canadian goose.
Yeah.
Make sure I get that right.
All of these geese refuse to do an interview with me. I'm wondering why they don't want to talk.
Check it out. Look at that lady staring that goose down.
It was coming at my face.
Canada geese can be amazing, but they also defecate on our pristine lawns, stain our youth soccer fields, and even endangered our Sully.
Birds.
But it wasn't always this way. The Canada goose as it is today is a problem that humans created. It's a story of Teddy Roosevelt and defensive umbrellas and homegrown honkers, and the surprising way that this bird from Canada ended up all over America. Found it. This right here is a plan for a Canada goose nesting tub. So that is from this manual published by the Department of the Interior and the Bureau of Fisheries and Wildlife in 1970. And it is a how-to guide for how to raise your own flock of Canada geese. In the late 60s and early 70s, Americans stocked up on these birds, and they did it for a reason. We almost hunted them to extinction, or at least expertise.
Oh, we talked about this yesterday. What is the word, chat? What's the word that he's reaching for right there? Not local extinction, the, extirpation. Yes, indeed, Claire Burr and Golganek, yeah, extirpation.
Almost hunted them to extinction, or at least expertise.
Every
Extirpation.
discipline has to have its fancy terms for simple concepts, right? So extirpated would just mean that you've lost it from a given area that's defined, but it's not extinct globally.
These migratory birds traveled south from northern states and Canadian provinces when migrating, but overhunting made them increasingly rare. The passenger pigeon had already gone extinct. It was a scary look at what could happen to the Canada goose. In fact, people thought that one subspecies, the giant Canada goose, was already extinct. The Migratory Bird Treaty Act of 1918 was a strong response, and it was inspired by conservationists like Teddy Roosevelt. It protects a lot of birds from unregulated hunting, including Canada geese.
And I like that little smile there.
It set the stage for big population growth.
So what this map is showing is population trends that are based on the Breeding Birds Survey.
This is what that map looks like for a mourning dove from 1966 to 2015.
Any colors that are in blue indicate where populations have increased, and the red and the orange show where populations have decreased. And it's showing percent change per year, right? When you look at the legend, you'll see, well, plus 1.5 change per year, which is actually a very sizable increase.
This is the map for the Canada goose.
Holy cow, look at all that blue. Their numbers are on the rise. Wow. Yeah.
That growth was protected by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act.
Yeah. And yeah, there you go, activated complex. If you say the United States, you should really say the United States of America, because the official name for Mexico is Los Estados Unidos de México. No? See? I think it is. Okay, yeah, so I think that's the United States of Mexico. Los Estados Unidos de México is the official name for Mexico, right? Estados Unidos Mexicanos. Oh, lo siento. But yeah, interesting. Yeah.
But it was driven by something else entirely.
Ones over on this side I think are common eiders, and the one on the other side are king eiders. I am the Migratory Bird Program Coordinator for the state of Kentucky.
He crafts hunting regulations that conserve the bird population in the state, and that includes dealing with birds that were purposefully raised by people, like the Canada goose.
The birds that we have in right now in the lower 48 are birds that we put here.
All that stuff happened long before John started his job, but the decisions made rippled into the present and the stuff that he has to think about today. In the 60s and 70s, homegrown honkers kind of became a fad. Let me read you something from the foreword to this book. Homegrown Honkers is a timely publication because people are increasingly interested in do-it-yourself conscious. This was 60s style environmental activism, and that led them to create an instruction manual for creating your own goose population. Here's a
playing God, so to speak. Not really.
This is a breeding pen arrangement plan. Here's a plan for a floating goose nesting platform. Goose reproduction was the goal of this book, and multiple symposia that were held
Build your own
around
goose.
the same
There you go,
time.
HD, yeah.
This environmental impact statement from 2002 features some typical stories of goose boosting by state agencies.
Goose boosting.
Translocated geese, ones moved from one part of the state to another, Game farm geese restored. So
Lara Dragon, I'm sure that was the
and
point.
stuff like this, when
funny. Yeah.
1,500 geese were brought from Toronto and plunked down in Ohio. And all this stuff was common. These are just a few examples. There were PR efforts too, like Indiana's Goose for You 2 program. That is what they called it.
Goose for You too. Like a goose dive bombing Bono, stealing his glasses.
For You 2 program. That is what they called it. Suddenly, there were 2 classes of geese thanks to the Home for
Goose in every driveway, yes.
The migratory ones, but also temperate nesting geese, resident geese, that stayed in a place year-round. They might migrate short distances, but they became known for staying in the same general region. Both types of birds were protected by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, and that led to there being too many geese. In rural areas and for hunters, there are really effective tools to manage this. People like John come together to manage hunting of the goose population in a particular migratory path or flyway. They can target the hunting of resident geese by carving up a state, using analytics from careful tracking of geese, or by limiting hunting dates and bag limits, or the amount of geese that you take home with you. For example, if they have a hunting season with fewer restrictions in September, that'll only hit resident geese because the migratory ones won't have come down yet.
In a lot of cases, it's been tremendously successful. I mean, there's a lot of Canada geese harvested every year, but they have certainly in some cases created problems, especially in urban areas.
Oh yeah, they love to cause
problems. We were making homegrown honkers. We were also coincidentally creating ideal goose habitats, places where predators, like hunters, were banned, and there was also a lot of green open space.
And a lot of the natural predators of geese, coyotes and foxes and, well, not to mention dire wolves and short-faced bears and saber-toothed cats, they'd also been driven out. That happened a little bit before the rise of suburbia, but, you know, also may have been a human effect.
And then people gave them free food. And this was all part of the plan. If you read the chapter, Honkers Moved to the City, you'll find some reservations about urban geese population, but mostly bragging.
Yeah, Invisible Dimension says, in my town, large numbers of Canada geese no longer migrate through our area, but instead have become year-round residents that congregate around our lakes and grassy areas. Bingo. That's true of many, many metropolitan areas, many urban and suburban settings throughout the U.S. Exurban, too.
So with a strict law and no hunting, what options are left?
We're located here in Lake Barcroft, Virginia.
In Lake Barcroft, geese used to...
I'm sorry, National Director of what? Geese Peace. The National Program Director. Well, yeah. Peace in our time with the geese.
In Lake Barcroft, geese used to be a big problem. Because it's a community, they couldn't hunt them.
One of our residents showed me a bucket. He would be collecting a bucket a day of goose poop, and that's a lot.
Yeah, good for them. You could use it for fertilizer.
That's the name of David's nonprofit, was needed. They started work in 1991 as a way to curb those resident geese, and they offered trainings to other communities. It stops new geese from hatching, but it also requires a permit from Fish and Wildlife, and that requires yearly labor.
We have to get those birds off the nest first. So member number one would approach the nest with an umbrella that's open. We'll leave the nest and stay over here. This person with the umbrella keeps that goose away. You have one goose coming at you like that, and you have the gander coming at you like that.
It sounds like an adrenaline.
It is, but no one gets hurt. The other member of the party will approach the nest that is now open. You would take the egg and you would put it in a bucket full of water, like that.
Oh,
now, this doesn't have enough water for it to float, but if the egg sinks, that means the air sac is not yet developed in the egg. The air sac's not developed, it's likely lungs have not developed. So you're not suffocating something in the egg by coating it with the corn oil. Because that seals the pores, oxygen doesn't go in, CO2 doesn't go out, and the egg goes dormant.
Oh, interesting.
I was amazed by how concerned David was with protecting the well-being of the geese. But really, you have to be. We have strict laws that protect their safety. And if you think about it, the honkers, they aren't the ones to blame.
When they thought some of these, subspecies of geese might be extinct, that's reasonable to be concerned. So it was an appropriate and good thing to bring them, into captivity, to try to, breed them and to have a reintroduction program if we care about, protecting biodiversity.
Yeah.
When we want to conserve species, we can. And sometimes we're so darn good at it, it can get away pretty quickly.
Yeah. Cool stuff. Lovely video from Vox there. Here is a link. The road to geese is paved with good intentions, yes, and goose poop. Yeah, neat stuff, neat stuff. So thank you, Majestic Biscuit, for posting those geese. Good stuff. Yeah. And breeding captivity programs help bring our favorite reptiles back from the brink down here in Florida. American crocodiles, right? Activated complex? Yeah. Yeah. We need to teach geese to kill Florida pythons. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. And, Dorkalotl made a little friend at the Newark airport. Who is this? That looks like a young robin there. Very cool, Dorkalotl. Is this a young robin? Yeah. Oh, that's Stevens, says Valiant Cheese. Looks to me like a juvenile robin, but I'm not sure. Doesn't look like a mature bird. A catbird, says Neverwinter? Really? Catbird. Really, really? Gray catbird? Gray catbird? Gray catbird, really? Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Aww. Yeah. Oh! Is this a catbird? Really? Yeah, that doesn't look like a robin. Bet you're right on the money, Neverwinter. As usual. Interesting. Yeah. Huh. Cool stuff. Thank you. Dark Apocalypse. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. And Salamander says, I wasn't expecting to be posting these guys again, but it looks like they aren't taking no for an answer. They've knocked one of the traffic cones off kilter and started rebuilding the nest in the gap. I've heard that people are up in arms over the whole situation, which is exciting. Here's to hoping loud voices and persistent birds prevent the electric company from destroying it again. Well, they might be trying to stop them nesting there because it could be dangerous for those birds. Like, I wonder if the electric company is concerned that the birds are gonna complete a circuit there and get electrocuted.
Is it still up there?
Hopefully this can be resolved in a way that serves everybody.
Is it still up there?
Yeah. Huh. You don't want the nest to create a circuit. Exactly, yeah. You don't want a bird nest fire. Exactly, Lordy. So let's hope that... Interesting. They might need to just put a big wooden owl up there or something, or otherwise retrofit it so that you can't complete a circuit, start a fire, or electrocute any birds. That sounds like that's what they really need to do, a permanent solution is to just have a nest platform built above this. Because osprey respond really well to artificial nest platforms. They love them. You'll see these across the country. Well, across the US and Canada, I presume. But they really like these platforms that people build for them. It sounds like that's what needs to happen here. Is that the electric company needs to just build one of these platforms, like have this go up, and then just have the platform up there. And then maybe wrap this in, I don't know, some sort of non-conductive material so they can't hang out here, but then they can hang out there, because it sounds like this is an ideal spot for them. It sounds like they have their heart set on this. Yeah. And Mayor Space says, we've built those platforms all over the place in Florida, so the birds will nest there instead of in weird places. It's important. Yeah. I bet you we can find a video on this. Yeah. Here we go, maybe.
We need a bit of wire before we get through. We're here today building artificial nesting platforms for ospreys. We're going to try and put 2 or 3 of these in today, and then we're going to try and do another couple later in the year. I think, like many creatures and in the environment, they want the path.
And I love that job title. Lewis Pate, Raptor Worker. Wouldn't that be cool on a business card? Like, yeah, what do you do for a living? I'm a raptor worker. Raptor worker. That's so cool. This is raptor, of course, meaning bird of prey. It meant bird of prey before it ever meant dromaeosaur dinosaur. It was only the advent of Jurassic Park, the novel and then the movie, that brought that word into the common parlance to mean a dromaeosaurid dinosaur. Before it meant bird of prey. And that's what Henry Fairfield Osborn was kind of borrowing when he named Velociraptor in 1924. But Velociraptor was a really obscure dinosaur. It was not well known to the public at all until Michael Crichton kind of gave it a press boost in that 1990 novel Jurassic Park and in the subsequent film in 1993.
Of least resistance, so they don't want to expend any more energy than they actually have to. They're very skilled nest builders, and they will build large stick nests in standalone trees. But one of the problems is they like picking dead trees. Dead trees tend to be quite prominent, and in this wood back in the 1940s there was a really severe canopy fire. Now ospreys will come along, they're obviously very visual. They'll pick a dead tree, they'll stick a nest out at the end of a dead branch. They might rear a couple of young, and then that nest, as it gains in weight, becomes unstable and it can drop out. So actually giving them a really strong, well-built structure that might last for 15, 20 years and a good solid live tree confers quite an advantage.
Huh. Nice. That makes a lot of sense. And we've got this right here too. Nest platform installation. Nice shots of the osprey there. These are beautiful. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Let's hope this happens near you, Salamander. Yeah. Let's make sure that we're not playing copyrighted tunes here. No. It's like raising a barn. Good old-fashioned barn raising. Or, a raptor housing initiative. Yeah. Yep, all right. Good old-fashioned raptor housing raising. It's like we used to do down on the farm. Ah, this is so cool to see. This is so cool to see. This people power.
Yay!
Yes! Very cool. And Charlie's Dragon, thank you for gifting Enlightened Tide. I appreciate that, Charlie's Dragon. Thank you, thank you.
They have given 30 gift subs in the channel.
And Valiant Cheese. I like that. Oh, and a horseshoe crab. Holy moly, save coastal wildlife? That's good stuff. This deserves a thumbs up and a share there. There it is in the chat for you. Excellent. Good stuff. Anyway, let's hope that your local osprey get the housing they need. Salamander. Yeah. Good stuff. I look forward with interest to the ongoing saga of your local osprey. And Blart Versenwald III, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Hello, hello. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Birds indeed. Happy Thursday, Birds Day, or rather, Feather Friday. And Beard says, I'm visiting my parents on the south coast of England. South coast of England. And their garden was visited by a small group of starlings who were looking for their evening meal. Just missed the gulls singing their song of their people, but a couple perched on the neighbor's roof. My guess is that they are herring gulls, Larus argentatus, or one of the black-backed gulls, Larus marinus or Larus fuscus. And there's those starlings. Lovely, lovely birds. Starlings are often reviled, especially here in North America, but I think they're beautiful. And look at these guys. Gull identification is tricky, and I am not good at it. Laridae, those birds are just constantly interbreeding with one another and having juvenile plumage that's almost identical across different species. They're just... Gulls are... They're a load of trouble when it comes to identification. I'm not good at identifying gulls. Yeah. Well, that doesn't look like a black-backed gull to me. I don't know. More likely a herring gull, I would imagine. And look at those starlings. Doing their starling thing. They're so spirited. Yeah. And no one's good at identifying gulls, never would. I'm sure somebody is. I'm sure there's some hardcore gull enjoyers. You know, shoot, in Utah, gulls are worshipped as divine beings. There are graven images built of gulls in order to appease the theropod overlords of Utah. Hello, hello, Mini Pie. Yeah. And California gulls are that exactly, Dr. Hubbs. The state bird of Utah is the California gull. Isn't it, Mini Pie? Isn't it? You aware of this? Yeah. Isn't that true, Mini Pie? Yeah, it is. I don't know what it is about this camera, but like stuff toward the bottom of the screen, it like makes me look Christmas tree shaped. You know? It embiggens things at the bottom of the frame, and it shrinks things at the top. It's weird. I don't know why this camera does that. Yeah. And hello, Mini Pie. You are feisty today. You're starved for attention. You were starved for... Is it because Ios? Is it because Ios is gone for the weekend? Is that why? Is that why, Mini Pie? Is that why? You need some brushing, is what you need. Let's make that happen, shall we? Yeah. Whoop. Don't you bite me. Don't you bite me. Huh? Don't think about it. Don't think about it, and especially don't do it. Yeah. What are you doing, Mini Pie? What are you doing? And House Panther, yes indeed, Ava Little. This is Ms. Mini Pie. She's... Yeah, that's what I said, Mini Pie. She's stepping on the soundboard here. You just love pushing on stuff, don't you? Yeah. She's like, how can I have influence over my environment in a physical way? And let me push some stuff around. Huh. Yeah. There you go. Push the microphone, push the camera mount. Yeah, if I had more things on my desk, you'd push them off, huh? Yeah. And Valiant Cheese says the headbutting stuff is part of marking territory, right? Yeah, so cats do have scent glands along their faces. I think they're like kind of near the cheeks. And so when they're doing that, they're kind of saying like, "Hey, I was here. This is my domain." Huh. You're doing that to the microphone here. Morgana Freya. Well. Holy moly. Thank you for the raid, Morgana Freya. How are things?
Morgana Freya and their 13 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Welcome, Morgana. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Mini Pie, do you want to say hello? We just got a raid. Yeah. Tell me how your stream went, Morgana, if you wouldn't mind sharing. You were doing some makers and crafting. Very nice. What were you making and or crafting today? I'd love to hear about it. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. Like you, Kamikaze Critter. There's a critter here who's absconded with my mouse. There we go. I can scroll up and say hello to everybody else. Andy Dookie Squasher Faye, how are you doing? And Jed Dookie Boots Tull. And Morgana Freya. And Kelhira, how are you all doing? Wonderful to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If anybody's here for the first time, let me say my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And we're here talking about dinosaurs today, like we often do. As a dinosaur paleontologist, that doesn't mean that I am a dinosaur. I'm not. I wanted to be a dinosaur when I grew up, when I was a kid, but didn't quite work out. I did the next best thing, became a dinosaur paleontologist. A paleontologist, as you probably know already, is a fossil scientist. Not a fossilized scientist, but a scientist who studies fossils. Most paleontologists don't work on dinosaurs. They work on other kinds of fossils, everything from plants to fossil mammals, from bacteria to fossil crocodiles, from fossil plankton to pterosaurs. But I work on dinosaurs in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. Huh, Mini Pie. Yeah. So dinosaurs are what I study, what I dig up during the summers, and what I talk about 5 days a week here on Twitch. I am very much looking forward to bringing everyone back out to the field again this summer. At the end of the month, I'll be out there in Wyoming for some more fieldwork live streams. Yeah. Basically the whole month of June, and then mid-July to mid-August, I'll be out in the field digging up dinosaurs. Yeah.
We have a hole anyway.
Anywho, really looking forward to that. So yeah. And stream was great, though a little crazy, says Morgana Freya. But we were doing some diamond painting today. That sounds very expensive, Morgana Freya. Are the pigments made from diamonds? How do you cut them up? They are notoriously resilient objects, diamonds. You must be remarkably talented to be able to do that. But yeah, I remember that you were coming to Wyoming. Yes, indeed. At the end of this month, I'll be in Wyoming. Let me type, Minnie. Stop. There we go. Yeah, May 30th, I'll be out there in Wyoming. With any luck, I'll be able to stream that day. We'll see. But yeah, you need so much hair, Mini Pie. You got so much. So much. Anyhow. Yeah. And Valiant Cheese says, if you were to be fossilized, what mode of fossilization what do you want? Oh, let's see. I would want to be struck by lightning and then fall into a shallow lake.
Hey, could I just get a living dinosaur?
And then preserved in a Lagerstätten deposit. Soft tissue and everything. That's what I'd want. Yeah. Yeah. How's that sound, Mini Pie? Would you like that for me? No, you're indifferent? Okay. You are so attention-starved today. So attention-starved. My goodness. My goodness. Can I give you a few more treats? Would you like that? Would you like that? Yeah? We can make that happen. We have the resources. This is possible. Oh, you know what this means. Okay. Bring this over here. Yeah. That's what you want. That's what you want, isn't it? Here. A few more of these. Good stuff. Go nuts. Anyway, Morgana Freya, we are celebrating Thursday Birds Day right now. Or rather, Feather Friday. We missed it yesterday, so rather than Thursday Birds Day, we're doing Feather Friday. Kamikaze Critters is confirmed. He is indeed a bunch of compies in the trench coat. Oh, Compsognathus? Yeah, it turns out, Kamikaze Critter, Compsognathus very well might just be a juvenile of another dinosaur. At any rate, it seems like Compsognathus, I don't think we have any truly mature specimens. But there's an idea that's really kind of gaining steam in theropod dinosaur paleontology that Compsognathus and Scipionyx and Sinosauropteryx and other compsognathid dinosaurs like that might just be babies of larger Allosauriod or Megalosauroid dinosaurs, like these. Yeah, could be that the compsognathids are not actually a real group. Compsognathus itself might just be a small juvenile. Yeah. Not a juvenile Stegosaurus valiant. Jeez. That would be pretty funny, though. Yeah. Anyway, I'll see you later, Mini Pie. Thanks for dropping by. See, she just wanted some treats. Yeah. Anywho. We are celebrating Thursday Birds Day today. And, Beards, thank you for posting these. Excellent. Let's see what else we got. An American goldfinch with a Eurasian tree sparrow peeking in. Will you look at that, Charcone? Will you look at that? Very nice. Very nice. That's super cool. Great photo there. Goldfinches are very charismatic little birds. We have some here at my house. They love Niger seeds. And we've got a Niger seed feeder that they just go nuts over. And then a Eurasian tree sparrow? Is that what you said? Is that what you called it? Very cool. It looks kind of like a house sparrow, but distinct. Very cool. Good stuff there, Charcone. Good stuff. Thank you for posting. Very lemony indeed. Yeah. Here, yeah, excellent. Thank you, Golganek, yes. And Dinosaur Dave says, check the top of the trees. Doing the jumping croc tour, and these archosaurs are harassing each other. Video of the kites, also known as fire kites, being fed by the tour operator. Oh. We've got different kinds of archosaur in here. So, archosaurs are the group of reptiles that include crocodilians and dinosaurs, and by extension, birds. Archosauria. This group is right here on our Tree of Life. There we go. Today, this group just includes the birds and the crocodilians, because this tree doesn't really, it doesn't showcase extinct creatures, only really living creatures. But yeah, dinosaurs should be right here, in between the basal Archosauria and modern birds. All of your non-avian dinosaurs would be here. There's crocodilians. If anybody didn't know for today, anybody watching right now, if you were unaware of this idea that the closest living relatives of birds are crocodiles and their kin, well, now you know. This is a group called Archosauria, which means that birds are a kind of archosaur, but not only that, birds are a kind of sauropsid, aka a kind of reptile. Birds are dinosaurs, and since dinosaurs are reptiles, that means birds are reptiles. So yeah, cool to think about, right? Anyway, we've got two different archosaurs here. We've got crocodile and some birds up in that tree, and it looks like Dinosaur Dave's got some video content for us. Let's take a look at this.
Two types of kites here. Black kite, that's a whistling kite that came down on this side. Now if you watch them, these are the only raptor birds in the world that will eat while flying.
Very cool.
Every other raptor bird will land on a tree or on the ground and start consuming their food. Not these guys. You watch, they put it straight to their mouth. Also known as fire-stick birds here. They get that name because they've been observed picking up burning sticks of wood out of a fire.
Yeah.
And then dropping that burning stick into a bit of bush that hasn't had a fire, and it just perpetually keeps the fires going, sometimes for days.
Yeah.
But that also keeps their food supply going too. They've adapted extraordinarily well to cane toads. As you know, cane toads have a toxic gland at the back of their neck. And they've worked out that's not such a great idea if they eat that part, so they now flip them over onto their backs. And they...
This is so cool.
You want some more? You just be careful you don't fall over. You let Mum hold you, okay? One piece, throw it like that, out there like that.
This is really neat, Dinosaur Dave. This is really neat. Hey Ken, how are you doing? Welcome,
just over here somewhere.
Happy Friday, Ken.
Yeah. Now the only thing these birds can't tolerate, there's two things they get hammered with. One is they can't get their feathers wet. So you'll notice they never land in the water. They put their feet through there.
Huh.
And the other thing is they seem to get hammered by is cars. Because they're scavengers, they don't eat anything off the highway.
This is really cool, Dinosaur Dave. This is really cool. And you can actually see the crocodile hanging out there. Oh, by the way, crocodilians, crocs in general, are not dinosaurs. But as somebody was saying in the chat, they're like cousins to the dinosaurs. Dinosaurs start right here. The way that we classify living things as scientists is according to their ancestry. I said this earlier today, but I'll repeat it for people who just tuned in. The way that we classify living things is not based on appearance, it's not based on vibes. You won't hear scientists arguing about whether or not a hot dog is a sandwich, or is a hot dog a kind of taco instead. That stuff, that's based on opinion, you know? Hot dogs and sandwiches are not living things that birth new generations and evolve over time. But organisms are. When we say that birds are dinosaurs, it's not just like, oh, well, they look like dinosaurs or they give off dinosaur vibes or whatever. No. Birds evolved from a dinosaur ancestor, which is why they are dinosaurs. In order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from that earliest of dinosaurs here. If you evolved from the ancestral dinosaur, then you are a dinosaur. That's why Triceratops is a dinosaur. Dreadnoughtus is a dinosaur. Spinosaurus is a dinosaur. Tyrannosaurus is a dinosaur, because you can trace their ancestry back to that original dinosaur there. Pterosaurs over here, flying reptiles, what the public usually calls pterodactyls. These guys are super close to the dinosaurs. They do share a common ancestor. But they're not quite dinosaurs themselves. They're just outside of the dinosaur family tree. And, Xilxo Ruru, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Likewise, crocodilians and their other crocodilomorph relatives, they are not dinosaurs, but they're like cousins to the dinosaurs. They're related, but they're not dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Yeah.
I'll just give you my message up front. Try not to go extinct. That's it.
Some good advice there, Kamikaze Critter. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, but extinction really is the kind of the default. For every single like branch that you see on this amniote tree of life, this is only terrestrial tetrapods and their descendants, amniotes. Every one of these branches that you see is extinct unless it's got a little leaf on it. So mammals here are still around. These various groups of lizards are still around. Snakes are kind of lizard, they're still around. Crocs are still around. Turtles are still around. Birds are still around. Every single one of the rest of these groups is extinct. They left no descendants. Totally gone. Died out. For various reasons. Often catastrophic reasons. But yeah. So birds are amniotes then? Absolutely, Caterpiggle, yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, birds are also sauropsids. Birds are a kind of reptile. As you see here. Birds are a kind of amniote. Amniotes are critters that originally laid their eggs on land. But some, like mammals, most mammals don't lay eggs anymore. They hold their eggs internally nowadays. But their ancestors laid eggs on land. Tetrapods, birds are also a kind of tetrapod. They're a kind of diptotetrapodomorph. Birds are a kind of lobe-finned fish, also. All of these animals evolved from lobe-finned fishes that came up onto land. All animals that live on land that have skeletons evolved from a fish ancestor. Pretty similar to like, to a coelacanth or a lungfish. Yeah. So, you and I, are a kind of lobe-finned fish. So are birds, so are dinosaurs, so are snakes. Every kind of vertebrate living on land today is a Sarcopterygian. Part of clade Sarcopterygii, we are lobe-finned fishes. Pretty cool. Yeah. Including people and whales and camels and turtles and squirrels. Yeah, we're all a kind of lobe-finned fish, which is pretty neat. Pretty neat to think about. Yeah, I think tortillas are their own clade. Yeah, but the thing is, they don't really evolve over time via natural means. So we can't really put them into a. I guess you could build a phylogeny. You could build a cladogram of different sandwiches and other things like that, but it'd be pretty arbitrary what you make the characters out to be. Anyway, birds are also kind of bony vertebrate. We can go back in time. Jawed vertebrates, deuterostomes, chordates, deuterostomes, nephrozoans, bilaterally symmetrical animals, bilateria. There you go. Protostomes, animals. And you can keep going back further and further and further. Holozoans, animals, fungi, and more. You can go all the way back. Obozoa, Amorphia, Podiata, Eukaryotes. You can go all the way back. There we go. The origins of life on Earth itself. As far as we can tell, all life on Earth stemmed from a single common ancestor. Something just less than 4 billion years ago, it seems like. So the next time you're walking along and you see a, hippie guy, he goes, "Hey man, hey, all life on Earth is one, man." He's right. He's right. Pretty cool to think about. That we, as human beings, share kinship with all other life on Earth. From ladybugs to quinoa. From passerine birds to octopus. From kelp to kangaroos. We all come from a common ancestor about 4 billion years ago. Isn't that cool, Minnie Pie? Thanks for using the scratch and post. Good for you. Good job, Minnie. Yeah. But cats like Minnie Pie. Hey, Minnie, you want to come up here? They share a much more recent common ancestor with us. And I think we can do this, yeah. This is a neat tool because we can find the common ancestor of humans and cats. Or at least we can see on the tree. Yeah, the common ancestor, or the kind of where these groups split. So the common ancestor that we share with cats lived about 85 million years ago. Humans and cats are both Boroeutherian mammals. That's our kind of our divergence point is at the base of Boroeutheria. Yeah. And so we as human beings are the same distance from cats as we are from rats, hedgehogs, bats, goats. Actually, no, that's not quite true. We're closer to rodents than we are to cats. Primates are pretty close to rodents. They're sister groups. But anyway, yeah. Wait, we have colors now? Yeah, there's a lot of cool features on one zoom. It's neat stuff. It's really cool. Yeah. And Golganek, thank you for reposting that from Enlightened Tite. Sorry I missed it, Enlightened Tite. Enlightened Tite says, you're a brilliant teacher on a great platform for it. I just realized after watching so many streams, it's all sinking in. I'm no longer a creationist, JK. Thanks for sharing your knowledge with us. Enlightened Tite, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for your kind words and your enthusiasm. And I'm glad this stuff is sinking in. Like, these are concepts that everybody should know. Although it's not your fault if you don't know it, everybody watching. This is the sort of thing that should be taught in elementary school level biology, but it's just not usually. This is the unifying principle within biology, is this idea that species change over time. They give rise to new species. That's what explains the diversity of life on Earth, how we came to be. And it's my privilege and my honor to be able to share that with you. So I'm glad people find this interesting and enjoyable. And I'm grateful that you'll listen to me yammer on about this. Thank you. Let's get back to our Thursday Birds Day Birds here. Dinosaur Dave also had this file for us. Ooh, of a different Archosaur here. Check this out. Yeah, that's a salty right there. It's a saltwater crocodile. Crocodilus porosus, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Beautiful. That is, depending on how you measure it, the largest living reptile in the world. Saltwater crocodiles, I think, grow to be the heaviest and almost the longest of extant reptiles. Anyway, really cool stuff. And Valiant Cheese says, this always makes me a little sad. Leave the crocs be. They're not meant to dance for our pleasure. I can understand where you're coming from with that, Cheese. Yeah, but I don't know. Sometimes by making these animals a tourist attraction, you can prevent them from being wiped out, you know? If you can change the economic incentive away from killing them to let's make sure that they're still around, I think that's a net positive, you know? And, you know, it's a crocodile. I don't think it's going to be the least bit insulted that people are going to come to see it and offer it food. As long as it's done in a responsible way, I'm all for that. If people are going to be in this area, and I'm much more comfortable with people paying money to see these animals in a natural setting, see them healthy and alive and exhibiting natural behaviors. Much happier seeing that than seeing these animals wiped out or, you know, made into handbags and stuff like that. So yeah. But yeah. An Action Retro says hello from a 16-year-old computer. Well. Action Retro. Computer's old enough to be drafted. Very cool, Action Retro. Awesome. What operating system is that? Are you running on that? That's really cool. But yeah. Enlightened Tight says there's a brilliant out-of-the-box idea somewhere where they are planting corals and using it as a tourist attraction, and the money that goes back into maintaining the corals. I like that. I would prefer to live in a world where there's like federal funding for this, that's made a priority by different countries, that, you know, we should be preserving and maintaining these ecosystems, and, you know, regardless of whether or not people come to see them. But usually, unfortunately, we don't live in that world. So it's kind of the next best thing, I guess. Have tourism be a boon for local environments rather than a detriment. Yeah. And running Linux, very nice. Open source. Cool, Action Retro. Cool. What country are you in with a 16-year-old draft? I guess we haven't had the draft since Vietnam. But wasn't it 16 during the Vietnam War? Yeah. Yeah. It was 18? Really? I thought it was 16. Before the lottery was implemented in the latter part of the Vietnam conflict, there was no system in place to determine order of call besides the fact that men between the ages 18 and 26 were vulnerable to being drafted. I thought it was 16. Shoot. I stand corrected. All right. It was 18. Oh. Yeah. You gotta leave for bed? Alright, Green Minstrel. Thanks for being here. You sleep well. Sweet dreams. Yeah. Now, the big push of moving the voting age to 18 was that if you could be forced to war, why can't you vote? That makes sense, Ken. That does make a lot of sense. Yeah. Huh. That's fun. Yeah. I stand corrected. Mea culpa. I was wrong, and you were right. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I just learned something. Anywho, yeah. And there you go, Valiant Cheese. Yeah, we have the same thing here in California. I went on a tour a couple years ago to see some sea lions and sea otters. This would have been, I think, October 2022. Yeah, near like Avila Bay. Yeah, there we go. Got to get up close and personal with some otters. Although we had to make sure that we were like at least 100 feet away at all times, because the Marine Mammal Protection Act stipulates that must be the case. But yeah, you're not allowed to offer them food or anything, obviously. The Marine Mammal Protection Act forbids it. But yeah. Very cool. And yeah, a Perfidia cover. Exactly, Gravity. Good ears there. Yeah, this is covered by the band The Neptunas, surf rock band. Anywho, back to our birds here. Back to our birds. From Risadegu, we're having Michigan Spring, a.k.a. use every level of clothing in the same day. Snowy and I were not super excited for an 80 degrees day fresh off of 35 that morning. That's nuts. Risadegu. Wow. Yeah, somebody panting there. That is one toasty owl. Owls are such cool, weird birds. That's... Oh, I love this. I love this. Owls are awesome, Reese. Yes, indeed. Welcome back, Reese. And you're a trained singer. Very nice, Gravity. Very nice. It's not spring in Michigan until and unless you have all 4 seasons in one day. There you go, Dr. Hubbs. Yeah. Interesting. It's funny. I wouldn't expect Michigan to be like that, because Michigan has got some huge bodies of water there that you would think would be regulating the temperature a bit more. I wouldn't think that you would get like a true bouncing back and forth continental climate in a place like Michigan, but yeah, I guess I'm wrong. I would think of that as more inland areas that are away from any large bodies of water, places like Montana or Wyoming, where you can have these crazy temperature fluctuations. Yeah. Blame Canada, says HD. Oh, I often do. No. If the weather comes directly out of the south, there is no water to moderate. That makes a lot of sense, Dr. Hubbs. It's coming up from the Midwest. All you've basically got there is the Mississippi and then little lakes here and there. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, this is really lovely. What a cool bird. This is amazing. Very cool. Pretty neat. Thank you, Ristego. That was pretty excellent there. The Outdoor Discovery Center near Holland, Michigan. Very cool. Several of my teachers in high school were from Holland, Michigan. I've been there before. They had a pressed penny machine at like the Little Holland Visitor Center with the windmill and everything. Cool place. I didn't get to spend a lot of time there, but I made sure to stop for the pressed penny machine a couple summers ago. This little friend's one of their many educator birds. That's super cool, Risu. That's super cool. And Valiant Cheese had a nice encounter with a kookaburra this morning. Well, well, well. The world's largest kingfisher bird. Very cool. I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again in honor of this lovely bird. That, I got to meet the kookaburra that was in the film Jurassic Park. This is at what used to be called Marine World, Africa, USA, Vallejo, California. Now it's called Six Flags Too Many Roller Coasters, or something like that. It's mostly roller coasters now. I think they may have even gotten rid of a bunch of the animals, unfortunately. But it used to be like a wildlife park. And that was like one of my favorite places as a kid. And I got to meet the kookaburra, who they'd recorded for some of the background sounds for the film Jurassic Park in 1993. That was pretty cool. So I got to meet one of the cast members from Jurassic Park, albeit I don't think she was credited. But yeah. Yeah. Cool stuff. Kookaburra are really, really neat. They do not live in Costa Rica, however, where the events of Jurassic Park were supposed to take place. They're just looking for exotic sounds, I guess. Yeah. It was likely one of the only live dinosaurs from the movie. You meant exactly Caterpillar. Yeah. By the way, they also If any of you have ever seen a small indie flick called, Star Wars, then you've seen this elephant who was dressed up to be a bantha. Yeah, in that film. An Asian elephant. I forget what her name was. Yeah. And was that a stereotypical jungle sound prior to Jurassic Park? It definitely was, Ken. Yeah, it definitely was. Yeah. And there we go. Yeah, her name was Margie. She was an Asian elephant who portrayed two banthas in the 1977 original trilogy film Star Wars A New Hope. Yeah. And she was also used as a reference for the movements of the AT-AT walkers in The Empire Strikes Back. Yeah. So a real star there. Good for her. Yeah. Another denizen, another resident of Marine World. Yeah. She spent the rest of her life as a Marine World attraction. Yeah. Wonderful animal. Yeah. And hello, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? Oh, the cat cam is really getting a workout today, isn't it? Yeah, Sweetie Pie. She's doing some camera work, you know? See if she can join the union pretty soon. Yeah. Good for you, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing? She really just wants to show off the whole library there. Don't you, Sweetie Pie? Don't you? Yeah. Yeah. We're having a feline eclipse currently. Is that what you're doing? You giving us a full eclipse there? Yeah. Yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing? What's that tail twitching for? What do you want? You want treats? Do you want attention? I know Ios is gone right now. Are you lonely? Lonely, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. Oh, good stuff, Sweetie Pie. Anywho, back to our, oh, here's the Wikipedia article for Margie. The elephant there. Yeah. But yeah, here we go. Cheesiness, thanks for sharing this kookaburra with us. One of the most distinctive and beloved birds of Australia. Lovely. Yeah. First submission for Thursday Birds Day, says Gravity. Who is the mystery dinosaur? Loved from somewhere in the USA. Ooh, looks like a hummingbird. How do you say this in Spanish? Gravity. ¿Cómo se dice hummingbird en español? Oh, no, that's not a hummingbird. Who is that? Who is this? It looked small like a hummer, but no, that wing beat is definitely not that of a hummingbird. Who is this? Un pájaro misterioso. Yo dice, yo digo, that's what I say. And colibri. Or chuparosa, the rose sucker. I like that, Gravity. That's a fun name. Oh, it's Sweetie Pie. Yeah, Sweetie Pie also really likes hummingbirds. And birds of most kinds. She likes to watch them from the window. And sometimes she gets a little scared of them. There was a raven that came to the window not too long ago. It was hanging out by the bird bath. And Sweetie Pie was like looking at it, but like she's kind of like hiding at the same time. She's like, I want to look at this bird, but I don't want the bird to see me. She was a little scared. You were a little scared, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. I think a raven would be more than a match for you. I'm sorry to say. Yeah. You don't want to have a tussle with a raven. You don't want to have a tussle with a raven. It would not end well for you. You're too sweet. You're too sweet, Sweetie Pie. Too sweet. Raven would eat you up. Yeah, and you will be nevermore. You will be nevermore. Yeah, that's true. Let's continue with our birds here. I don't know who that is, Gravity, but here. Yeah. Mystery here. Juvenile gray catbird, says J. Joyce. It's in pretty bad shape. I would take it to a wildlife rehabilitator. Oh boy. Yowza. Huh. And Mary's got a mama American robin, Turdus migratorius. Very good. Decided to nest on my porch light, so I'm using the garage door to go in and out of the house. Oh, that... Salute to you, Mary L. Salute to you for being kind to our bird friends here. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Very cool. American robins. They're a symbol of spring here in the U.S. Probably Canada as well. Probably Mexico too. Certain parts of Mexico, at least. But yeah, American robins. Cool birds. Very cool birds. Thank you, Mary L, for posting. And things is, I've been trying to get photo or video of one of these for months now. You can't see them, but you can hear the distinctive cry of the killdeer as they move in to dispatch their cervid prey. Let's listen.
Headshot.
Whoa, boy. I'm just kidding. No, it's definitely a killdeer that you can hear, though. I'll turn it up. Yeah, very cool.
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Indeed it
Teleco's
does.
search has succeeded with their 3 co-explorers.
Z Teleco, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Welcome. I don't know if I recognize that name. Playing something called League of Legends.
If the situation called for still more protection, he simply grew spears which projected from his body armor.
Z Teleco, thank you for that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And we're talking about dinosaurs today, as we often do. But right now we're talking about living dinosaurs. Birds. I was gonna say it's Thursday Birds Day, but it's Feather Friday, we'll say. We missed Thursday Birds Day yesterday, so we're catching up on that today. Looking at some user-submitted, viewer-submitted, community-submitted bird photos or videos or sound recordings. Like these killdeer here. But Z Teleco, how did your stream go? I hope it went really well. Thanks for bringing your viewers. Welcome. Yeah. Do they eat deer? Asked Caterpiggle. They don't, actually. I could try and mislead you and tell you that killdeer are so called because they kill deer. maybe in the grand history of their existence on our planet, maybe one killdeer has killed a deer at some point, but it's not within their normal range of behaviors. Maybe a killdeer once accidentally killed a deer in some Clouseau-esque accident, but yeah, that's not normally what they do. Yeah. They sound like this. Kill deer, kill deer. That's where the name comes from. Yeah. Yeah, and the babies are absolutely adorable. All right, take a look.
An open field such as this one might seem inhospitable, but to a grassland bird, it's home.
Yeah.
Flat, grassy landscapes like this one provide valuable habitat for a whole host of unique bird
It's funny,
species.
I usually think of them as shorebirds,
Which is this
but they
vocal
nest
fellow.
on open plains like
A killdeer. Killdeer are a medium-sized shorebird, named for their distinctive two-note flight call. Unlike many other shorebirds, killdeer have opted out of the beach bum lifestyle, and usually prefer larger open grasslands instead of mudflats and riverbanks. They're very tolerant of human disturbance,
type of
and so
plover,
can
yeah,
very
never
often
yep.
be found in developed landscapes like agricultural fields or cities.
Huh.
The peeps you're hearing are social calls, directed at the 3 chicks running around.
Oh, look at them!
There's one of them
So
now.
cute!
They're
Holy
freshly
cow!
hatched, 1 or 2 days old at most. Unlike many other birds we recognize, which at this age would still be pink and blind, these killdeer chicks are already up and running around.
They're what we call precocial. Yeah. Here, let me make sure that this music is not copyrighted and we're not going to get... No, we're good.
They're not very good at it yet. They'll learn eventually. Killdeer are what's referred to as a precocial species, meaning that they're largely independent right from hatching.
So precocial is the other end of the spectrum from altricial. Altricial birds are birds that are born pretty much helpless. Think about like baby robins. You know, they're born without feathers, they're blind, they're completely reliant on their parents for food and protection. They stay there in the nest. That's altricial. Can't walk around, can't run, can't feed themselves. Precocial birds are the let's hatch and get up and go birds.
Young are one of 2 life strategies employed by most animals. This strategy keeps chicks in the egg for much longer than many songbirds. While a robin will incubate for about 2 weeks before the chicks hatch, a killdeer's incubation period is almost a full month.
Wow.
The advantage of this strategy is that killdeer chicks are now able to forage for themselves almost immediately after hatching, letting the parents focus more on defending their young in territory from any other threats.
Southern Idaho, cool.
However, the trade-off is that the eggs now need to sustain the developing chicks for twice as long, meaning the per-egg investment is much higher. The disadvantage of this is that it makes the simple act of breeding much more risky and necessitates a smaller clutch size, meaning that losing a single chick to predation is now much more damaging. On another visit about a week later, the chicks were sighted again. This time, they were much more confident and sure of themselves. They were venturing further from their parents and from each other, testing the limits of what those little legs are capable of.
Very cool. Killdeer, really, really neat birds. They are super awesome, and they are kind of plover, like we were talking about. Let me show you on our Tree of Life. Let's go to aves, the birds. Right here, and then we'll jump to the plovers and the killdeer. So let's do killdeer first. They are right over here. And then jump out to the plovers. Or I guess gulls turns oxen. Oh darn. I've never had that before. That's odd. Interesting. Always weird. We're getting some bugs after the after that update, and I'm not talking about I'm not talking about these bugs. Anyway, yeah. But very cool. I'm glad that you identified a bird via sound thing. That's pretty neat. That's like some advanced birder stuff. There's only a few species of bird that I can really identify by sound. And far fewer than I can by sight. So that's a pretty cool thing. Thanks for posting. And Claire Burr has got a big black bird and a little brown bird. They were having a chat down in the valley where Reno is staying at their mom's this week. Very cool, Claire. That looks like Corvus brachyrhynchos, the American crow. And I would guess I don't know, an LBB over there, a little brown bird. Over on the left. We've got a mystery bird here. Who could this be? Yeah, I don't know. Mysterious. Yeah, I don't know. But cool, Claire. The Thursday Birds Day bird post doesn't have to be anything super fancy. It doesn't even necessarily have to be identifiable. If it's a bird photo that you took, or a sound recording, or a video, or some other evidence of a bird you collected, that's all that counts. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Clever. Yeah. And Sedulose. Who is this? Welcome to Thursday Birds Day, or Feather Friday, I guess. Last Sunday, I went birdwatching and found some tree pipit, Anthus trivialis, here in France. They are some funny birds. When looking for a mate, they go up vertically in the air and then spread their wings to parachute down to the ground while doing their distinctive call. It's truly nice to see. That does sound nice to see. A tree pipit, Anthus trivialis. Are they related to, like, flycatchers? Pipits. Let's look them up on the Tree of Life. Tree pipit. Here we go. Let's jump to them. The American pipit is the equivalent. Interesting, Neverwinter. Okay. Tree pipit. Sister taxon to the olive-backed pipit. And so these are related to what? Other pipits. Okay. Fair enough. But, who are they related to? Wagtails and pipits? And then buntings and groundfinches, apparently. And honey creepers. Wild. But this is a huge clade, 1,091 species. Yowza. So yeah, I guess pipits and wagtails are the ones, they group together 61 species. Motacillidae. Interesting. Very interesting. Cool. Yeah. And Lordy says, you know, we putting the bird feeder over the cucumbers was a great idea, but now I'm realizing that I'm getting more evidence of birds than desired on my vegetables. Yeah, Lordy, they'll do that. I got a high metabolism, and they leave little, little evidences of their metabolism, we'll say. Oh, I'm sorry, Lordy. It happens. It happens. Yeah. Anywho, cool stuff, Sedulous. Cool stuff. And Dr. Terra says, my encounter with an unknown bird. Well, 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 Dr. Terra. Well, well, well. In the very first clip, I was so confused, not knowing what bird I was looking at, as it looked heron-like, but different flight pattern. Second video, they got much closer, and I was able to identify them. What is that? Is it a big tern or something? What are you? I want to believe we can identify this. Oh, are they an ibis? What is this? I'm gonna say it's a kind of ibis. Let's see. They got much closer enough to identify them. The wood storks. Wood storks. Well, well, well. Interesting. Wood storks. Who'd have thought? You're south enough to be in their range. Very cool, Dr. Tara. 4 living species of wood stork. So which did you see? The wood stork, the yellow-billed stork, the painted stork, or the milky stork? Probably this guy, I would guess. Wood stork. Are they related to ibises? They're related to other storks and open bills and storks and pelicans. And herons. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. These are pelicaniformes, right? Which also includes shoebills and hammerkops, right? Pelicaniformes. Is that no longer a clade? Did they get rid of that? Pelicanidae. Maybe Pelicaniformes is no longer a valid clade, I'm not sure. Anywho, cool stuff, Dr. Tara. Cool stuff. Very cool. Oh, and the volume on the song is a tad high? Thank you, Gravity. Here, let me change that real quick. Let's see. Stream Deck. Here we go. There we go. That should do it. Cool. And Charlie's Dragons. I've seen a good number of birds the last weeks, but they're impossible to photograph. So I have some loud, camera-shy tree sparrows. Passer montanus. I think I saw a tree sparrow today, too, in Golden Gate Park in San Francisco. Either a tree sparrow or a chipping sparrow or a fox sparrow. Very nice. That's some good birding right there, identifying them by sound. Not always easy to do. Nicely done there, Charlie's Dragon. Nicely done. Yeah. Axeman says, 2 weeks ago I posted a picture of a Carolina wren sitting on her eggs in a mailbox. I remember that. That was a cool discussion. Today I noticed the eggs have hatched. Well, well, well. I don't know if I would call them cute, but they are interesting. So this is a good example of an altricial bird. Not precocial. These are not the let's hatch and get up and run birds. These are the let's stay in the nest for a few weeks while we grow our feathers and open our eyes birds. Very cool, Axeman. Very cool. Little baby Carolina wrens. Look at them. I'd say they're cute. I'd say they're cute. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool, Axeman. And Mayor of Spaces, I don't know who this bird is. Is that a rail? It looks kind of like a rail. Who is this? Who is this bird? it's a Sora. Interesting, Neverwinter. Interesting. Great footage there in my airspace. Here we go. Looks like it. Porzana Carolina. So they're related to... Oh yeah, gallinules. Okay, cool. And crakes. And the inaccessible rail? Sounds like a train that's not handicap friendly. Are they related to rails though? Crakes, chestnut rail? It's cool that rails are not a monophyletic group, apparently. Anyway, very cool. Beautiful video there. Airspace is lovely. Yeah. And it's from Inaccessible Island? Is that right, Charlie's Dragon? Nice. Beautiful. Good stuff, Mayor Space. That is, there we go. We use some emotes there. Lovely. And Vix says, Birdie's showing interest in our deck birdhouse. Oh, that's cool. Who is this? I don't know who that is. A little round bird? Is that a kind of wren? It looks wren-y to me. There should be a special event for these birds. They should call it a wren fair. House wren, I think, says Neverwinter Fool. It's a wren and it's near a house. You know what? Checks out. Yeah. Very cool. Ren Fair. Yeah, there you go, Stavros. Yeah. You can take the inaccessible rail to the Ren Fair. Yeah. And a white-eyed Vireo. Is it Vireo or Vireo? Vireo or Vireo? Seen in Cape May, New Jersey last weekend. Very cool. That is not a common bird, right? Lovely. Zoom in and enhance. Lovely. Vireos, they've got... No, who is that I'm thinking of that has the white... I'm thinking of a Japanese wide-eye that has the white around its eye. Yeah. But Vireos have something... Isn't it something with the stripes on their wings that helps identify them? Vireo. Vireo? Is that it? Or Vireo? Probably Vireo, Neverwinter. Yeah, it is really lovely. Really lovely. Very nice, J. Joyce. Very nice. Lovely. Thank you for posting. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Feral Yoshi's got a goose. Seen at my local park last night. Look at this proud and seriform bird. Surveying their domain. Yes. I am ruler of all that I purview? All within my purview. Very cool, Feral Yoshi. Very cool. And Enlightened-Tide. Wait. Enlightened-Tide, you're British. I just put 2 and 2 together there. Thank you for that. That makes sense, Enlightened-Tide. Makes sense. Flying above the building are kites. Not kites, but fake birds of prey to scare pigeons. Really? Yeah, that's a falcon silhouette there to scare pigeons away. Interesting. Oh, that is really smart. My old apartment building had these spinny, reflective silver things the wind would catch them and they'd spin around, and the idea was it would scare pigeons away. Never worked. Never worked. Still pigeons everywhere. This would have been a lot smarter. Yeah, there is always a murder on the green, but you'll also find a group of crows. Today there was a fox hanging around. I'm not sure if it was looking for a weakling or just playing around. Next is just a photo of grass. I'd gone outside to touch the grass, but when I did, a flock of starlings burst forth. All pictures taken in South London. This is lovely, Enlightened Titan. This is lovely. And yeah, look at that fox chasing those pigeons. Yeah. Or chasing those crows, excuse me. Fly, crows, fly! There's a caniform mammal after you. Yeah. That's so cool. I never see foxes in the Bay Area. Actually, I take that back. I've never seen red foxes. I've seen gray foxes near my dad's house. Over in the East Bay. But, there's a photo of some grass. Very nice. And we've got starlings in the grass. It's always a good idea to go out and touch grass, especially for Thursday, Birds Day. You might even see some lovely theropod dinosaurs. That's excellent, Enlightened Titan. This is excellent. Yes. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you for posting. And Salamander. There's another double post for me for shame, but today I was caught completely off guard by just how big ospreys are flying up close. Yeah, they're big birds. They are sizable. Eating fish is good for them. They're able to attain some pretty impressive sizes, these ospreys. Cool stuff. Salamander, cool stuff. Thanks for posting. And some pictures of some very cute great tits taken in the northwest UK. They've got a suggestive name, but I would say they're cute and cuddly, but these birds can be vicious in a really interesting way. They've been known to kill and eat small mammals, including mice and bats. Great tits have been known to actually kill and eat roosting bats. They'll fly into caves and they'll like peck the bats to death and eat them. Really wild. Yeah. Hungry great tits hunt for hibernating bats. Yeah, when food is precious, animals can resort to strange behaviors in order to satisfy their hunger. Take the great tit. Its usual diet is of insects and creepy crawlies. That's harder to come by in winter. In one Hungarian cave, great tits, ever the opportunists, have learned to exploit a rich and unusual food source. They kill sleeping bats and eat them. Wild. Here's a link. Yeah. That's insane, says Salamander. Well, I think these are the same birds who had actually learned to eat the cream out of milk bottles. Yeah. Check this out.
It's not only humans who enjoy a drink of milk. People living all over the country are getting up in the mornings and finding their milk bottle tops torn off and some of the milk missing.
Yep.
Actually, it was the cream, not the milk, that was missing.
Yep.
It's one of those things that folk of venerable years, such as myself, like to reminisce about. We were around during the milk bottle years.
You would go out the front door and you'd say, those dratted blue tits have been at it again. I can see the little holes in
Are
the
there blue
milk
tits? I
bottle
thought they were
tops.
great tits.
And I hadn't thought about that for years.
In those days, you had a milk bottle was put outside by your friendly milkman who was having an affair with your wife. That was absolutely standard. And they had these gold top things, these sort of silver paper thing on there. But blue tits and great tits learned how to peck through them because there was cream on top.
Apparently blue tits and great tits?
But blue tits and great tits learned how to peck through them because there was cream on top.
Because blue tits and great tits are kind of inquisitive birds that are always poking around and peeling off bits of bark and lifting up leaves, looking for food items. And peeling off the lid of a milk bottle is not that different, really.
The extraordinary thing, and it is extraordinary, was that behaviour spread right round the country.
They would teach each other.
This wasn't an example of evolution in action, but simply a case of individual birds watching and learning from each other.
We call this
a
culture.
process which scientists call cultural transmission.
Exactly.
Birds are doing
Super
these things
cool.
all the time. It's just that with the milk bottles, we could see that cultural transmission. The milk bottle thing was like a little window into their world.
Pretty neat.
Even before the delivery of milk to the doorstep went into decline, the tits stopped pecking at the foil tops because of our changing tastes. As we became more health conscious, we switched to homogenized and skimmed milk, thus removing the cream from the top of the bottle.
Interesting stuff, how behaviors change. Not just in humans, but in birds too. Super cool stuff. These are some pretty adaptable, inquisitive, fun birds. Super neat, Ridless. Super neat. Let's get a brain there. Not just for how brainy these birds are, but also their habit of eating the brains of living bats. Wild. Yeah. But yeah. Batmother's got a yellow-winged blackbird, I think, on the shore of a small lake in Minneapolis. Very cool. So many birds at this park, also so ducks, geese, a great blue heron, and a cormorant. But those are for future Thursday Birds Days. Well. That to me looks like a red-winged blackbird. Yeah. But is a yellow-winged blackbird a thing? Looks like a red-winged blackbird to me. Let's look it up. Yellow-winged blackbird. It is indeed a thing. Cool. Well, you look at that. Yellow-winged blackbird. Agilasticus. What a cool genus name. And then the unicolored blackbird, Forbes's blackbird. So many different species of blackbird. Wow. But the red-winged blackbird is one that I'm familiar with here in California. In California, the red-winged blackbirds do not have the yellow streak that other red-winged blackbirds have. Yeah, so that yellow streak that you see right there, our California red-winged blackbirds do not have that. Yeah. There we go, from the Cornell Lab of Ornithology. Red-winged blackbird. Yeah, the ones in California don't have that yellow streak for the most part. I think... Yeah, there we go. Breeding male California bicolored. Males in California lacked the yellow border on the red shoulder patch. There we go. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. And you have both in Minnesota. Very cool, Batmother. Thank you for teaching me that. I didn't know the yellow-winged blackbird was a thing. And Miggity Marty, thank you for Feather Friday. I've got this lovely bird right here, heralding the arrival of 5 gift subs.
Miggity Marty is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
I appreciate that, Miggity Marty. Thank you. Something tells me we might not reach our goal for this week because it's the last stream of the week today. But we're more than halfway, at least. Thanks to you, Miggity Marty. Thank you for those 5 gift subs. There's 5 people who won't have to watch any ads until I'm already in the field. month from now, it'll be June 3rd, and I'll have already been digging dinosaurs for a few days up in Wyoming. Thank you, Miggity Martin. Good stuff. Very cool. Very cool. Neat stuff. Bet Medler. Thank you for posting. And Bet Medler, what is this? 5 gift subs. Thank you, Bet Medler.
Bet_Medler is washing away the ads for 5 lucky mammals.
Thank you, Bet Medler. And Anonymous Gifter, you are as generous as you are mysterious. I appreciate those 5 gift subs. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Holy cow.
Anonymous is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Holy moly. And Red Zid, thank you for those 5 gift subs additionally. Thank you very, very much. And holy cow.
Red Zid is washing away
Thank you,
the
Red
ads
Zid.
for 5
Thank you.
mammals.
Miss Capricelli. Miss Caprikel. Oh, holy moly. Extraordinarily generous. Thank you so much. Miss Caprikel, holy moly, thank you for those 50 gift subs. There are 50 people now who won't have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. I will be out in the field digging up dinosaurs before those 50 folks have to see a single ad on this channel. Holy moly, Miss Caprikel, thank you so much. I don't even know what to say. That is extraordinary. 50 gift subs. That's as many as 5 tens. Just like this guy. And Lordy, thank you for those 3 gift subs. We're only 5 away now from our goal.
Lordy gifted Lordy a subscription.
Thank you, Lordy, for gifting Lordy a subscription. I don't know why it does that. If you give 2 or 3 subs, sometimes she says that. But anyway. Uh-oh. Brace yourself for impact. Miggity Marty. Oh.
Miggity Marty just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Miggity Marty. That rounds us out 150. We made it. Holy cow, I didn't think that was possible. Miss Caprikel. Thank you for making this possible. Thank you. Holy moly. 50 there. That's what allowed us to do that. And Salamander, thank you for gifting Casey. Very well deserved.
Salamander gifted a tier 1 sub to Casey Snow Art. They
That's...
have given 107 gift subs in the channel.
Holy cow. That... We'll do it for the goal. We're at 151. This is deserving of some applause. Thank you for that. Holy moly. This is the reason I can do this every weekday, is because of your generous support. Thank you so much. Holy moly. Yeah. extraordinary. Thank you very, very much. Well, I've got quite the Thursday Birdsday bird to show you. Because we just finished up here. Thank you, Bette Medler, for teaching me about a yellow-winged blackbird. I didn't know those existed. But let me show you some rather gruesome, opportunistic behavior from a bird here. This is from right here in the Bay Area. This is a great blue heron fishing for mammals. Oh, come on, don't freeze. But yeah. Just, it got a vole or a ground squirrel or something. I think it was probably a vole. Just, like that. It was walking around and just getting mammal after mammal after mammal. We watched it eat like 4 of these. It was pretty extraordinary. That is some classic theropod predation there.
You're not going to believe this, but I'm turning into...
What? What, Neolithic fool?
A dinosaur.
Is that right? Thank you for the 25 months of support. Some interesting ontogeny there. Thank you for keeping me online for the past 25 months, Neolithic fool. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. But yeah, a great blue heron. Sorry, it's kind of blurry. I had to zoom way in. This is behind a fence. But just walking up to these burrows, I was looking at them and then... And the thing is, the little mammal would be kind of struggling, so it would set it down, and then it would do that again to spear it with its beak. And I've got another video of them doing the same thing right here. Yeah. Oh, it's trying to swallow it down. It's kind of tough when you're eating non-aquatic prey. It's a bit tougher to swallow it. But yeah, pretty wild, right? Pretty wild. Yeah, that's my Thursday Birdsday bird for the week. Great blue heron eating some mammals. Very cool. That's my spirit totem for the month of May. Miss Caprical, thank you again for your support. That was pretty extraordinary. Thank you for helping make these streams possible with your very generous support. I'm very happy, I guess not Thursday Birdsday, but Feather Friday. Very happy Feather Friday to us all. Excellent. I've been streaming for coming up on 6 hours now. I started an hour early today, so it is time for us to wrap things up here. So let's go ahead and do that. And let's put Archaeopteryx, this Archaeopteryx, under our credits here. But don't go away just yet, chat. We are going to raid into somebody else doing some science. And it looks like we've got Moo Hoodles is having her 10-year streamiversary today. Holy cow. Let's go raid into Moo Hoodles. She is talking about space science, talking about astronomy news, talking about astrobiology, like she often does. So let's go check out Moo Hoodles, everybody, and wish her a very, very happy 10-year streamiversary here on Twitch. That is quite the milestone. I'm going to have my 4-year streamiversary next week. 10 years is truly impressive. So let's go say hello to Moo Hoodles. Everybody, thank you so much for all of the incredible support today. Financial support, moderating support, follows and raids, cheering and gifting, resubscribing, question asking, enthusing in the chat, viewing and lurking and everything else. All of it contributes to these streams being able to continue. I cannot wait to be able to take you back out into the field in less than a month now. That is, oh man, I am stoked. Right now, let's go check out Moo Hoodles, and we'll kick off our weekend that way. I'll see you there, everybody. Let's go.